Good morning. All right, I'd like to call the meeting of the Legislative Commission's Budget Subcommittee to order. Welcome to day 3 of 6 of the pre-session budget hearings. This will be the subcommittee's last meeting here in Las Vegas. We'll be moving to Carson City for next week's meetings. I would like to welcome everyone joining us here in Las Vegas and Carson City online, and also those listening. I am Senator Marilyn Dondero-Loop, Chair of the Senate Committee on Finance, and I will be chairing the subcommittee today. Today we hear 2 presentations from the Nevada Department of Education, one on the governor's proposal for K-12 education funding for the upcoming biennium, including the public-centered pupil-centered funding plan budget, and one on the governor's budget recommendations for the department's operating budgets. We'll also hear the budget presentations from the Nevada System of Higher Education and the Department of Public Safety. Before we get started, I'd like to go over some quick housekeeping items. First, I'd like to remind all the committee members and members of the public to turn off or mute your electronic devices you have. Second, for those of you who will be providing testimony today, please remember to state your name for the record each time you begin speaking. This meeting is being video conferenced between 2 locations and also broadcast online, so it is important that we keep an accurate record of who is speaking. Third, if you are presenting and have a business card, please provide your business card to the committee secretary before leaving the committee room today. Lastly, I plan on taking a lunch break around noon. As you know, if you've been watching these meetings, that is up for discussion. So, however, the exact time always depends on where we are in the agenda. So let's begin with the first item on the agenda. Will the committee secretary please call the roll?
Assemblymember Anderson.
Present.
Assemblymember Backus. Assemblymember Brown May.
Here.
Assemblymember Dickman. Assemblymember Hafen. Assemblymember Hibbets. Assemblymember Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblymember Koenig. Assemblymember Mosca.
Here.
Assemblymember O'Neill. Assemblymember Torres Fawcett.
Here.
Assemblymember Watts.
Here.
Assemblymember Yeager.
Here.
Senator Buck. Senator Cannizzaro. Senator Neal. Senator Wen.
Here.
Senator Stone.
Here.
Senator Taylor. Senator Titus. Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Chair Dondero-Loop.
Here. Thank you very much. And please mark Senator Taylor and Assemblyman Koenig absent. And please mark Senator Neal present as soon as she arrives. She is stuck in traffic. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to agenda item number 2, public comment. This is the first period of public comment. There will be another comment period at the end of today's meeting. Due to time considerations, each person providing will be given 2 minutes. Please remember to state and spell your name. And then begin your statement. To call in to provide testimony during the public comment period, please dial 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 853-733 another 7333-5850, and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, please press pound. The call-in information is also provided on the agenda. We will begin with public comment here in Las Vegas, then we'll move to Carson City, and then finally over the phone. Those of us here in Carson City, if you would like to come forward, please go ahead. Thank you.
Doug Unger, D-O-U-G, U-N-G-E-R, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Thank you, Chairs Dondero Loop and Monroe Moreno and members of the subcommittee. Regarding the presentation by NG today, we agree with many allocations in the governor's recommended budget. The overall increase of 15.1% or 7.3% annualized will enable our institutions better to achieve goals for our students. As well, we applaud the partial phase-in of the new higher education funding formula and essential hold harmless allocations for our R1 universities, plus support for the smaller colleges. We can't emphasize enough the importance of the 80% recommended funding to support COLA increases for NG salaries. Without this 80%, which was standard fiscal policy for decades, our institutions will again have to resort to harmful budget cuts and increasing student fees, which will hurt our students who can least afford them. Not included in the governor's budget is an additional COLA of 5% and 3% the NFA recommends over the biennium that will keep salaries close to even with anticipated inflation, plus the 1.75% increase in retirement contributions. Don't let salaries fall once more into the cycle of erosion that helped to cause state worker shortages. Also, following the mass shooting on the UNLV campus on December 6, 2023, that took the lives of 3 treasured colleagues and wounded another, I've served on the Chancellor's Ad Hoc Committee on Campus Safety and Security, and as well have presented for the American Federation of Teachers on campus safety and gun violence prevention to the White House. For the record, our campuses are not yet safe from tragic violence happening again. The one-time allocation of $11 million for campus safety and security is less than half what NC actually needs. Please increase safety and security funding as a priority to save lives. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kevin Osorio Hernandez, and I am the proud chair of the Nevada Student Alliance, representing over 100,000 students across the Nevada system of higher education. I am also the proud president of the student body at Nevada State University, serving my 2nd term. I am here today to voice my strong support for the governor's recommended budget for NC and to emphasize the importance of fully funding the cost of living adjustments for faculty and staff. Last year, students strongly supported a fee increase to help address the cost of living adjustments because we recognize how vital our faculty and staff are to maintaining the quality education in a state that urgently needs higher education. However, without fully funding, there will be additional fee increases that would place an undue burden on students, especially during these challenging economic times. Providing the necessary support ensures that students won't face further financial strain. The students in our system are uniquely diverse, and additional fee increases could force some students to make difficult decisions, choosing between continuing their education or meeting basic needs like putting food on the table. NG's priorities for COLA restoration, campus safety and security, continuation of nursing programs, and funding for fee waivers, as well as funds for increased student support, are essential to investments in the future of higher education in Nevada. These investments directly contribute to student success and strengthen our state's workforce. Please consider the students in our state and fully fund these priorities, especially COLAs, to avoid further financial hardship for students and to ensure that NG can continue providing a high-quality education and support. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name is Valerie Conner. That's C-O-N-N-E-R. Thank you, Chair Dondero Loops, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, and members of the Legislative Commission Budget Subcommittee. I am the Faculty Senate Chair for the College of Southern Nevada, and I am speaking today as the Council of Chairs for the Nevada System of Higher Ed. Faculty Senate and who we represent, I would like to give some quick stats on the number of faculty that each Faculty Senate of the Nevada System of Higher Ed chairs represent. College of Southern Nevada represent about 1,570 full and part-time faculty. Great Basin College represent about 335. Nevada State University represent about 758 faculty members. Truckee Meadows Community College represent about 986 faculty members. University of Nevada, Las Vegas represent about 2,985, and the University of Nevada, Reno, about 2,423, and the system commuting system about 195. Faculty Senate is the only official recommended body for the faculty. We speak for about roughly 10,000 plus of faculty throughout the entire system. Thank you, members of the Legislative Commission Budget Subcommittee, for your time and consideration in hearing my support for the recommended budget for the Nevada system of higher ed. We look forward to collaborating with you throughout the session and sharing the perspective of faculty on why investing in higher education is a critical investment in Nevada's future. I would like to take the moment to sincerely thank you, the legislators, for the historic cost of living passed during the last legislative session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lahana Pierce, L-A-H-A-N-A-P-E-A-R-C-E, and I am the Vice President of the Student Body at Nevada State University. I'm here to support the governor's recommended budget for the Nevada system of higher education. First, I want to stress the importance of fully funding the cost of living adjustment restoration. This funding helps retain brilliant faculty and staff by ensuring fair compensation while avoiding fee increases that could make higher education less accessible for current and future students. This budget also addresses other critical needs such as campus safety, nursing programs to help with Nevada's healthcare shortage, fee waivers for underserved students, and expanded student support services. These investments will directly impact the student success and benefit Nevada's community and workforce. This isn't just about the numbers. It's about supporting the people who help make our education system and state thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration of students in Nevada.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here in Las Vegas? Okay, we will go to Carson City. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning. Kent Irvin, K-E-N-T-E-R-V-I-N, representing the Nevada Faculty Alliance. The NFA is the independent statewide association of professional employees of the public colleges and universities in Nevada. We fully support shared governance through the faculty senates, but we have an independent voice for faculty and other professional employees. We work to empower our members to be fully engaged in our mission to help students succeed. We appreciate the good news for NSHE funding in the GovRec, including, as has been mentioned, the phased-in implementation of the new funding formula, which will provide new funding to support wraparound student services for the community colleges and state universities that have larger part-time student populations, while having no decreases for UNLV and UNR. There is one-time funding for safety improvements, nursing instruction expansion, and graduate medical education, although all of those need continuing funding to be sustainable. And it has been mentioned, the continuation of the cost of living funding for the past cost of living adjustments, which are greatly appreciated, is important for the new biennium. We are very concerned, however, that with the retirement plan increases and inflation running at 2.5 to 3%, that without new COLAs in this biennium, which are absent from the governor's recommended budget, the take-home pay for state employees will just deteriorate again. We can't allow that to happen. As shown in the chart in my written submission, the COLAs without COLAs, real take-home pay for NSHE faculty will drop to 19% below the pre-financial crisis levels by the end of the biennium. We are also concerned with the degradation of benefits at the Public Employees Benefits Program. At the PEB board meeting that convened 5 minutes ago, PEB staff is recommending elimination of the Health Maintenance Organization, or HMO option, which many of our constituents rely upon for certainty in health costs. We hope the PEB board rejects that proposal without requiring legislative intervention. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Alexander Marks, M-A-R-K-S, with the Nevada State Education Association, the voice of Nevada educators for over 125 years. As details of the governor's budget submission are emerging, word of a possible reduction to per-pupil education funding is one of the most concerning. Even after record increases to education funding last session, Nevada trails the national average by more than $4,000 per student. If per-pupil funding is reduced, Nevada students will fall further and further behind. In 2019, the legislature created the Commission on School Funding and asked them to present a plan to reach optimal funding in 10 years. The commission developed a plan to do this by raising revenue with an expanded sales tax base and the closure of property tax loopholes. The plan calls for $700 increases to per-pupil funding in each year of the next 2 years, costing just over $600 million over the biennium. In his State of the State address last week, Governor Lombardo said Nevada can no longer blame the lack of funding for underperformance in schools. At the same time, his budget fails to follow the recommendations of the Funding Commission and instead proposes to cut per-pupil funding. That is why we are asking the legislature to reject this proposal and continue to work to address Nevada's chronic underfunding in education. Pass the plan offered by the Commission on School Funding to reach optimal education in 10 years. 2 years ago, NSCA came to this table saying it was time for 20. While we had issues with the mechanics of SB 231, progress was made and we were able to negotiate 20% raises in many of Nevada's districts. However, to continue this progress on educator retention, those funds should be made permanent, and frankly, new funds are needed. Continued progress will require significant political will and discipline to remain focused on the task. Proposals to divert public funds away from public schools, whether it be through a new mechanism to expand private school vouchers or to give away to Hollywood studios, should be flatly rejected. Throughout session, educators from across the state will amplify their voices, sharing powerful stories and firsthand experiences that highlight the pressing needs of our schools, the challenges faced by educators, and the resources required to ensure every student can thrive. We hope their insights will serve as a call to action, reminding you that meaningful change begins with listening to those on the front lines and prioritizing the needs of our public schools, our educators, and our students. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Carson City? Seeing none, we'll go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Budget Subcommittee. My name is Gil Lopez. I represent the Charter School Association of Nevada. Our educators and school leaders are encouraged by the inclusion of teacher raises and transportation funding for public charter schools in the executive budget. We look forward to these important discussions today and throughout the legislative session. We appreciate your work. Once again, thank you.
Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 157, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Okay. Good morning.
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. For the record, my name is Susan Kaiser, Kaiser. I'm a national board certified teacher with 25 years of experience in public schools, now retired. While Nevada educators head into the classroom this morning, I am attending this hearing to share my personal experience. It is a tale of 2 states. My teaching career began in Maryland, a state that invests in its future by fully funding its public schools. They are well-staffed, including specialists available to help students who flounder. Their class sizes are manageable, and the result is a generation of future flourishing adults and some of the highest performing schools in the nation. After my career started in Maryland, I returned to my native Nevada, where the investment in public schools has never been enough. During my 20 years of service at Pine Middle School in Reno, our public schools never received adequate, consistent funding representing an investment. This has led to the largest class sizes in the nation, teacher shortages, and increasing concerns about our kids and their future flourishing. We know through various studies, going back to the Augenblick study and now the recommendations from the Commission on School Funding, established almost 5 years ago, that increased funding is the solution. There is no benefit in placing blame. We should finally invest in our public schools to put the plan recommended by the Commission into place, because the future of Nevada depends on it. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Once again, if you'd like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue. Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. I appreciate that. And we will go to agenda item number 3, K-12 education funding. Before we begin on item 3, I would just like to remind everyone that the goal is to receive a high-level overview of the governor's budget recommendations for the 3 state agencies on the agenda today, but not a detailed line-by-line item presentation on everything. We will have plenty of time when session begins to really dig into each agency's budget request. Committee members, this means that there will be plenty of time during session for you to ask more detailed questions. And some questioning today, of course, is very appropriate. And but just remember that it's more high level. If we're starting to get in the weeds, I may ask us to pull it in. So with that being said, let's begin with the budget presentation. First up is the Nevada Department of Education with a presentation on K-12 education funding. And I would like to welcome State Superintendent Joan Ebert and her team. Ms. Peterson, thank you. And go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Dondero Loop, Chair Danielle Monroe Moreno, members of the committee. We are pleased to be here this morning. My name is Joan Ebert. I am honored to serve as the State Superintendent of Public Instruction here in the great state of Nevada. To my right, we have Deputy Megan Peterson. At the tables in the north, we will be joined by Deputy Anne-Marie Dixon, as well as Deputy Superintendent Christy McGill. For us today, the Department of Education is 219 people strong. A very tight, small staff that provides budget oversight and compliance for the over $12 billion, which we thank you for allocating during the last biennium. We are looking forward to working with you this biennium. We serve almost 500,000 students across the state, 17 school districts, and the State Public Charter School Authority. With that, our 2 main functions as any state department of education across the United States. Number 1 is the compliance components, the compliance with federal law and the compliance with state law. Beyond that is the support. So not only the compliance, but the support. As we see, we know we have the 5th largest school district in the nation. There are only 4 others that are larger, right? The 5th largest school district in the nation, as well as one of the smallest school districts in the nation, Esmeralda. And so the diversity within our state and the diversity and flexibility which we need to have as a state to be able to serve all of our children is what I am proud to say the Department of Education rises to each and every day. We look forward to presenting to you this morning. Thank you, Chair Dondero Loop. We too understand it's high level, but at any moment in time during this session, if you want to call upon us to come into your office and go through things in detail here when we go through the budget in detail as well, that is our charge. We are technical support to make sure that you have all of the information you need to make an informed decision. So with that, we have two presentations. We'll start with the pupil-centered funding plan, the governor's recommended K-12 budget, and I will turn, Chair, all right with you, to Megan Peterson.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to be here today and present on the K-12 pupil-centered funding plan budget. Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record. Just to help provide some context, this is the second full biennium implementation in this presentation. So this has been a fruit of labor and long intensive hours getting this stood up and moving forward. And we're very proud of that work.
Ms. Peterson, could I ask you to either adjust your microphone or something? Pull it up or something. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thank you so much.
When the pupil-centered funding plan was introduced, there was a new fund created to manage the revenues identified for the K-12 funding. You'll often hear it referred to as the pupil-centered funding plan account, which is budget account 2609. And within the fund, we have the education stabilization account, budget account 2608. So throughout the presentation, you may hear the education fund. We are referring to budget account 2609. We will also cover budget account 2619, which has our state special education funding in it as well. And we'll go over those in a little bit of detail a little bit later. Okay, so for a quick overview of the concept of the pupil-centered funding plan, during the 2019 legislative session, the pupil-centered funding plan was codified, replacing the then 52-year-old Nevada plan, which distributed local funding, state and local funding. With the pupil-centered funding plan, this combined all of the revenue sources, state, local, and general fund into one account and provides for a basic level of support for each pupil in the public education sector within our state. The amounts are adjusted for unique variations within each district. And one thing to keep in mind with this account, which is different from many of our others, is that it is a revenue-driven account compared to expenditures. So as the revenues increase, our per pupil amounts are expected to increase as well. So this slide gives you an overview of what that looked like in concept. The education account, our education fund, combined over 26 different revenue sources that were previously disaggregated or not part of that combination. And this allows us to provide a single starting point to apply those factors that I'd mentioned, and I'll talk about those a little bit later, to provide adjusted per pupil amounts to each school district. The funds then flow through 4 different tiers of funding in the formula, and in a situation where we may have excess or residual funds, they flow to the education stabilization account to serve as a rainy day account. We'll address that mechanism in a little more detail when we discuss budget account 2608, but this is a high-level concept of what that flow looks like. Within the governor's recommended budget, you can see on this slide the proposed revenues amounts. It approximately totals $5.8 billion in the first fiscal year, 26, and $5.9 billion in fiscal year 27. One of the components within the pupil-centered funding plan is enrollment. We use enrollment to multiply it by the statewide or the adjusted base amounts for the districts and then distribute that accordingly to each district. I wanted to highlight some trends that we're seeing in the enrollment to help contextualize the flow of the funding throughout to the districts and charter schools during the years. And this is a trend you can see on the left side that has held true since 2017 when we moved from a single count day to a quarterly count. The first quarter can vary in terms of where it falls compared to the previous year, but we always see a peak in the second year of enrollment, and that tends to correlate to the October timeframe when the counts are reported to us. And then as the year continues on in third quarter and fourth quarter, you can see enrollment tends to dip. So from quarter to quarter, districts and charter schools can see a little bit of variation in how the funds flow to them because of their changing enrollment. This is called ADE, or average daily enrollment. And it's a reflection of the number of students that are enrolled in a district or charter school within that quarter. And then you can see on the right side the trend that we have been seeing most recently within the schools. Our statewide enrollment is declining, but we are budgeting, projecting flat enrollment to help mitigate any increases that may occur within those quarters that we were just talking about. And before we dig in a little bit more to the rest of the presentation and the model, I wanted to go over the concept known as hold harmless in terms of the implementation of the People-Centered Funding Plan. When we transitioned from the Nevada plan to the People-Centered Funding Plan, some of the districts may have experienced a loss in funding because of the transition from the fully locally funded to this state-funded model. To mitigate that risk, a hold harmless provision was put in place, and any district that would have received less funding was funded on the amounts that were allocated to them in fiscal year 2020 through the Nevada plan. When we started this, we had 9 districts who were in the hold harmless status, and through the investments from last biennium, we're now down to just 3 of those districts. Those 3 will likely be in this status for quite some time based on their ability previously to have raised revenues through the net proceeds of minerals. Those monies do stay with them, but they are locked into that amount. And so that's why when we say hold harmless, we have the quotes around it, because while we know that costs are increasing, they have a fixed base that they are receiving. And so that is diluting as the expenses are increasing. So as I was mentioning in earlier slides, we have 4 tiers of funding within the People-Centered Funding Plan. This is where this $5.6 billion is distributed. The first tier is where we have funding set aside for food service and transportation. Tier 2 is for our local special education within the district and charter schools. And then we move to Tier 3, which is the adjusted base. That's the statewide base with the adjustments for the local uniquenesses through the Nevada Cost of Education Index and attendance areas. And then finally, we have our 4th tier funding, which provides additional support for students who need targeted interventions, such as our English learners, students are identified as at risk or gifted and talented. Looking a little closer at Tier 1, as I mentioned, this is where we have transportation. These are dollars that are carved off from the initial round of funding and provides for transportation based on a 4-year average of a district's prior expenditures. There is no inflation adjustment applied. And then we also have our food services. This is not your breakfast and lunch for the FRL eligible or free and reduced price lunch eligible students. These are the lunch sales and enterprise services. As part of the governor's recommended budget, we did include additional funding for transportation for charter schools, as well as salary adjustment funding intended to replace and support the SB 231 raises that were given during the last biennium. And then salary adjustment funding was also added for charter schools. For the 25-27 biennium, you can see on this screen the amounts that were allocated to the school districts and the charter schools based on those amounts that I just mentioned. And so new to this biennium, you can see we have a 3rd level in that auxiliary funding, which is specifically to account for those salary adjustment funds. In our 2nd tier funding, as I mentioned, this is local special education funding. This is the funding that school districts and charter schools spend to meet the needs of their special education or individualized education plan students. Federally, they have a requirement, maintenance of effort, to maintain this level of funding. And due to this reason, this is an item that is also pulled off the top without any adjustments, because that can impact their requirement then to meet federal requirements, and where you're trying to minimally impact that. They do have the ability to transfer funds from adjusted base or to supplement with state special education, which I'll talk about in budget account 2619 a little later. But this is layer one of special education, and it is pulled off the top, as I mentioned, to ensure fidelity of those dollars. So for the upcoming biennium, approximately $597 million. And as I mentioned, we maintain that flat number so that way we are not impacting their dollar amounts. And that is then also pulled off and leaves the remaining funding for tiers 3 and 4. Tier 3, this is where we, as I mentioned, take the statewide base per pupil amount. That's the total amount of funding divided by the projected number of students. We calculate a district-specific level based on the, as I mentioned, Nevada Cost of Education Index. That is to account for cost of living and unique variables within that district. And then attendance area adjustment is for schools that are outside of a certain parameter. You might think of Gerlach, Washoe County. They are distance quite far from their central services. And so because of that distance, they receive an additional set of funding to help offset the costs that it takes to travel the extra distance and incentivize teachers to work there. So Nevada Cost of Education Index, attendance area are multipliers that are applied to the statewide base to come up with each district's adjusted base per pupil amount. And this is then, as I mentioned, multiplied by that enrollment count that we get quarterly to distribute the funds. For the upcoming biennium 25-27, approximately $4.5 billion is set aside for this portion of the pupil-centered funding plan, and approximately $4.6 billion is set aside in fiscal year 27 to provide this funding. Finally, within Tier 4, any remaining funds are then used to meet the needs of our students who are most in need of additional targeted interventions. As I mentioned, these are students who are identified as English learner, at risk, and gifted and talented. This funding is distributed based on counts that are obtained during our validation day counts in October, and that is a fixed count used throughout the rest of the year to distribute the funds to ensure stability and funding for schools and charter for school districts and charter schools to help mitigate any of the fluctuations that can occur, because we know that a fixed budget is important when meeting the needs of these students. Within these categories, and with the work with subject matter experts in the Commission on School Funding and as approved by the legislature last session, these students have different weights applied to them to allocate this funding. This is applied to the statewide base per pupil amount, not the adjusted base per pupil amount. So it stays fixed as a percentage for each one of the districts and charter schools to have these students. So our English learner students are a multiplier of 0.45 off of that statewide base. Our at-risk students are a multiplier of 0.35, and gifted and talented students are a multiplier of 0.12. So that equates to about 45% of statewide base, 35%, and so on. For the upcoming biennium, you can see on this slide the amounts that are allocated based on those percentages off of the statewide base. That concludes the presentation for Budget Account 2609, Pupil-Centered Funding Plan. I can pause for questions or move to the remaining two budget accounts if you would prefer, Chair.
Let me check with the committee. Is there anyone with Assemblywoman Mosca? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question is around the at-risk. If you can give us a high-level overview of what the State Board of Education is discussing regarding at-risk and how that would impact the budget.
Thank you for the question, Megan Peterson, for the record. The State Board of Education held a regulation hearing in December to receive feedback on possible alternatives to metrics for determining students who are at risk. Until we have an additional meeting to determine the next steps, the department is currently working on doing research based on possible metrics that the State Board had reviewed at that time, which includes analyzing options such as direct certification. So we're continuing to do research and evaluate options to address those needs.
All right, Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm having a little bit difficulty understanding the math, so I'm wondering if you can kind of help explain the changes at a high level. So looking over, it looks like we're getting roughly $700 million a year in additional revenue flowing into the pupil-centered funding formula. Projected enrollment is down a little bit. As was just mentioned, it looks like due to some changes in the determination of at-risk students, the population that will be receiving those weights is going down. I know that we're incorporating the teacher raises, and even with the inclusion of charter teachers, that looks to be about $145 million a year. So the big picture question I have is, given the increase in revenue, why is it that per pupil funding is going down? Where's that occurring?
Megan Peterson, for the record, thank you for that question and astute observation, right? We have tier one where there was a large investment of funds that pulls off the funding from the top before it goes to tier 3 and 4. So those are one of the things that we're working through in that application within the model. And it has caused us to look at how the rest of the funds flowed through the model. So we're still evaluating that impact and working with the governor's office to work through what the final per pupil amount is.
Please.
Thank you. And so then, for example, the transportation costs, because those are at tier 1, then come out and do not flow through into the per pupil funding that's supposed to follow every student. Is that my understanding correct?
Megan Peterson, for the record, that is correct in the sense that that is why we may not have seen as much of an increase in the per pupil amount as we would have anticipated. But as I mentioned, we're still working through the other mechanics with the governor's office at this time.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I know we're only getting started on it. So when I'm taking a look at slide 14, just to make sure I'm understanding the adjusted per pupil based funding, first of all, you mentioned that each district will get kind of an idea of what their budget will be, but that is not present at this time. Is there like an idea of when that's going to come out? Because I think I believe 2 years ago, we did have kind of an idea of that. So just wondering if there's a timeline as to when we're going to get that by the districts. And then also in that answer, if you could just verify that that's based upon the quarterly daily attendance, correct? Just I'm trying to make sure I've got my mind correct on this one.
Megan Peterson, for the record, thank you. Yes, we are working as quickly as possible with the governor's office. We know how important the numbers are to school districts and charter schools for budgeting. And so we want to make sure that we provide them with the most accurate information possible. Excuse me. So we are working as quickly as possible. I don't have an exact timeline today, but we're working as quickly as we can. And yes, for tier 3, once a per pupil amount is determined using projected enrollment, when it comes time within the fiscal year where you're using the prior quarter's average daily enrollment counts to determine that quarter's payment.
Thank you. I have numerous other questions, but I will respect the chair's ask not to make them very specific at this time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation and taking the time to talk about the budget today. I was taking a look and I did notice that this does result in a decrease to the base per pupil. So we have a decrease, I think, of about $13 in fiscal year 2026, but a decrease of an additional $25. Well, my numbers might be a little off, but a continuous decrease in fiscal year 2027. So I wanted to see if this took into account the residual funding from this cycle.
Megan Peterson for the record, thank you. And I do want to clarify that as we've been working through this with the governor's office, we can confirm the per pupil amounts are not going to decrease. There is a mechanism within the tier 3 that we're working through, and we'll be working on providing any budget amendments that may be necessary to correct that. To your second question regarding residual funding, because the fiscal year has not ended yet, we don't know how much that transfer may or may not be. We are still working through the revenue projections at this moment in time. They are not looking as strong, and so we're not able to confirm what that transfer will be at the moment.
Okay, and at what point in the legislative session should you all have the projections of what that'll look like?
Megan Peterson for the record. Once the Economic Forum announces their updated projections in May, we'll have a better picture. But until the fiscal year closes in June 30, we won't have final numbers.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I look forward to seeing those budget amendments. You know, I think that that's really essential in order for us to make sure that the students are keeping that base. I'm disappointed that the governor's original budget allowed for us to put together a proposal that had that decrease. So I look forward to seeing the new one to restore that funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go to Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I guess here's a question that I have for you. And if you followed along in the budget hearings, you know I've asked a lot of agencies this, but we received the governor's budget last Wednesday. There was a structural deficit of approximately $335 million. That was acknowledged by the governor's chief of staff when he came here on Tuesday. They made some proposals to us, not formal amendments, but there was a PowerPoint presentation making some changes to the budget. They still admitted on Tuesday morning that there was an $85 or $88 million structural deficit. I was a little surprised to leave the hearing on Tuesday and see a comment from the governor's spokesperson that the teacher pay raises were apparently being blamed for the structural deficit in the budget. We have talked about, Assemblyman Watts just asked about the teacher pay raises in each year. Obviously, I know that doesn't factor into the per pupil funding, but so my question is this. I was curious to see that out there in the world. I don't know how that would have led to a structural deficit in the creation of the budget because it was something that was included in the governor's proposed budget. So have you gotten any word from the governor or his staff that they're intending to undo making those teacher raises permanent that were in SB 231 last session and are now actually in this budget account? Because the press release that went out certainly suggested that that would be, I believe in their minds, an easy way to partially undo that deficit. So just curious if you have any update on that, because we have not yet received any formal budget amendments in terms of how to get this budget back to balanced.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you for the question, Speaker Yeager. I apologize, Chair. Are we okay to go direct?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So there was a on-ramp to your question. As I was listening, I believe that you're specifically asking if we were asked as a Department of Education to adjust the teacher raise that is listed in the Tier 1 to cover the deficit. And we have not been asked to do that. That is there as proposed. and we have not had any conversations to change that amount that is currently listed in our presentation.
Thank you, Chair. And if I could just ask one follow-up. You were asked a couple of questions about the per pupil funding amount. And, you know, I think it is possible with the information we were given last Wednesday, the governor's proposal, it is possible to calculate what the proposed per pupil funding number was in that budget. But I think what you said today is there are still some things that are being worked on. I don't want to mischaracterize what you said, but I think you had said you believe that the per pupil funding amount would actually be more than the prior biennium once everything was, I guess, figured out or put in place. So my question is just this. I'm trying to remember from 2 years ago. Did we have these same issues 2 years ago? Like when you came for the pre-session budget hearings, did we have a per pupil funding number based on sort of all these inputs? Or is this like a normal part of the process where we are here in the pre-session budget hearings and we still, I guess, don't really know, according to what you said today, what the per pupil funding rate would be, although we can certainly do the math on our side and see how it looks. So just wondered if you could shed some light. I just don't remember 2 years ago in this particular discussion if we had that number at this point.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you for the question, Speaker Yeager. As we move through the entire process, these numbers fluctuate through the entire, as Deputy Peterson noted, with the economic forum meeting decisions that this body makes. These numbers, and that's why we don't push out to the school districts yet, they do fluctuate. The initial presentation of the numbers, we are still addressing any technical items that may have occurred as they were being published. The money, the revenue is there. It is an increase. There is no expectation that the per pupil funding will decrease. As presented in what you were presented and what everyone was presented with last Wednesday, that number will shift as we make those technical adjustments. And again, it is not expected. The per pupil number will not decrease. But I cannot give you that exact number as we were sitting here today because those technical adjustments are still being made as we are sitting here.
And Madam Chair, if I could just make one last comment. I understand that normally, we have to wait until after the economic forum to sort of figure out what the final number is. And that makes sense. That's for the entire budget, not just for this one. But I don't remember having sort of technical items or corrections from 2 years ago. Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. But I guess my ask of you is just this. There is a lot of interest out there in the public in what is going on in the K through 12 funding formula. We got some public comment today and obviously trying to build on what we did last session. There's just a lot of interest in what is happening with this budget. And I think we're at a place right now where things are not clear. And when they're not clear, what we get is speculation. And I don't think that helps any of us. So when you're able to make those technical corrections, if you could work through that process and get back to us as soon as possible so that we're working on a common set of facts, because running the numbers on our side, it looks like a reduction. And I think you're saying once you get through these technical items, it's not going to be a reduction. So I think if you're a member of the public, it's really hard to figure out what is going on. And we just want to get to a point where that's very clear. And so no question there, just a request and a comment and hopefully we can get this figured out so that the public can understand what we're doing when it comes to K through 12 public education. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Canizero.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the speaker largely was asking some of the same questions that I had about the per pupil based funding, because it does look like it is going down in this budget. And I guess that is attributable to some technical errors, which I guess we are going to see just that this budget is going to change. I share some of his concerns with I don't recall us having the same sort of issue last session, where we saw just a wildly different number and then expecting at some point to have another number that won't show a decrease. Obviously, this per pupil funding will change based upon budget decisions in the budget subcommittees and in the full committees, and obviously based on the economic forum, which is typical of every budget account across. But because we are seeing that decrease in per pupil funding, do you have any idea what effect that has overall on total funding for K through 12 education? Like, are we going to expect to see this budget account grow? Are we going to expect to have to then allocate for that? Are you looking at, I guess I'm trying to figure out if what we're seeing in per pupil is a decrease, but you're saying that's going to be fixed. Would we expect at some point, once you sort of figure all that process out with the governor's fiscal office, that there's additional money that will have to be accounted for within this budget? Or not sure?
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record, thank you for the question, Senator Cannizzaro. To clarify, because this is a revenue-driven model, the revenues are fixed effectively at this point. And so it's just a matter of the distribution of those revenues within the model. So that's to your question about whether or not those amounts will change. The overall amount allocated to this will not change. It's a matter of within the mechanics of the model, how the calculation is flowing to allocate those revenues. And so once we have gone through and started making those technical adjustments, and this is, again, only the second time that we've gone through this, so it may look different than last time because we're working through how those implications flow. The per pupil amounts we can confirm are not going to decrease. It's a matter of where they are being allocated within the model.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just talk to me really quick about, so in the GovRec, there is suggested annual enrollment predictions, right? Decreases. And then also there's an attendance, like what I'm looking at, like the attendance area adjustment. So these are all factors, right? When we're trying to figure out what is going to be, what it will go to like the school districts. So what kinds of conversations are we having in the background around technical changes with the could be potential decreases in pupils in the at-risk area, being that the recent conversation around ICE being able to go into the schools and basically take kids? Are we having conversations in the background about children that may or may not be present in school because of fear, or they will no longer be in the state of Nevada?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, with the information that we've been provided and what we are working directly with the AG's office to make sure that our children, that we have the right information to provide to our schools and that our children are safe. Whether we're working with the AG's office or not, our number one, school safety and protecting our children, is what we do each and every day. Given the change in administration, we have been hearing that children, families are fearful of the shift within the government, and myself as well as our colleagues in the state public charter school authority, working with the AG's office to make sure that our school districts have the information they need to protect our children. How it affects the formula, we do track the enrollment on the quarterly basis. Our school districts track the enrollment on a daily basis. And so their involvement at the school district level with each individual family, I would fully expect that they are tracking that, and we are tracking it at the state level.
Can I have a follow-up, please? So that's good to know. So you guys are contemplating or considering that there might be an enrollment decrease other than what, because currently GovRec recommends an annual enrollment decrease of 5,929 pupils, basically like 1.26%. So are we having a conversation about that may increase? And when are we going to, because I'm wondering what advice, you're getting from, man in charge on what are the mechanisms that you should put in place, not just for safety, but how are we going to course correct if in at-risk schools, which I have a lot in my district, where kids are not coming because we do have count day. We still have certain procedures in statute that determine enrollment and that will determine ultimately what a budget is, right? And so I know you gave that general comment, but I want to know, like, advice wise, are we saying, what are we telling schools? Because the line of fire is real. I don't know if anybody is getting ready to pull out some nunchucks and fight, ICE for their kids. But the reality is it's changing every day, right? It's now mixed families where before it was just one immigrant family and now it's mixed.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record. Thank you, Assemblywoman Neal, for the question. Senator. There is a high, within the enrollment, we do have a hold harmless provision that if enrollment declines by 5% or more, the district is paid on the prior quarter of this prior year's counts. So that way there's not a significant decrease in funding due to the loss of students. So there is a mechanism in place, and we are looking at similar mechanisms for the weighted funding as an alternative option as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And next we'll go to Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today. I'll share my frustration just briefly with some of the things that I know we are going to now have to wait on to see on there whether or not and how much the impact is. It seems like inflation hasn't been accounted for in this budget at all. So I imagine we will see forthcoming amendments that address that. Is that correct?
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record, thank you for that question as well. Within the statute, there are different provisions for how to address the application of inflation and/or enrollment. Because the Economic Forum projected higher revenues within the general fund, the increase in the general fund appropriation within this recommended budget was higher than the enrollment and inflation. And so that was the number that was utilized in place of an increase in inflation.
Okay. And then hopefully this is more optimistic. I know that we had that $2 billion increase last session, and hoping that puts us ahead of schedule when it comes to where we are in progress on the Commission on School Funding's 10-year proposals. I was wondering if you could give an update on where we are in that proposal.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, again, thank you for that question. Because we are going through the additional review within the budget, we're still working through that analysis and what that overall improvement looks like. But the work of the commission over this last biennium has shown progress towards that. And we are hoping that the recommendations from the commission do move forward and assist in moving those dollars forward every day.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And last question on this particular item, and then we'll go back to the PowerPoint, is Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me a second bite of the apple. As I look through some of the other information, I'm not sure if this is part of this presentation or another one. I know that there had been discussion last time about the cost adjustment by counties. Is that reflected in this area of the budget? And if I remember correct, and then secondary, I know that the School Funding Commission had not recommended using that. So are there any recommendations that are currently in what has been presented so far that are coming from that School Funding Commission?
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record, thank you for that question as well. The Commission on School Funding did make the recommendation to continue implementing the Nevada Cost of Education Index as a fixed value of 1.0 for everyone, because they are still continuing to investigate and research the methodology for determining that. So that recommendation is included within the governor's recommended budget. We did not go to the line item detail of showing the Nevada Cost of Education and the attendance area adjustment within this presentation, but it is reflected within the budget.
Thank you. And were there any other areas that have been presented so far that are based upon information coming from that body? Because I know that that body are individuals that are intimately aware of the school district's issues, because many of them are actually from school district personnel.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record, yes, the Commission on School Funding did make a recommendation to maintain the current definition and metric for the the at-risk student population grad score. They recommended to continue using that metric and researching it and evaluating it. And so that metric was utilized, the grad score, for determining at-risk students to fund within the model. And then within our special education budget that I'll present on a little bit later, there was a recommendation in terms of how to allocate the special education funding, whether on multiplier or continue funding, and that was incorporated as well.
Thank you.
And I was just kidding when I said that was the last question. We will go to Chair Monroe Moreno for the last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize. I just want to make sure that I understand something. The calculation for the statewide per pupil amount normally has calculated in it an inflationary increase from one fiscal year to the next. And the budget that was presented to us at the State of the State does not include the inflationary increase in that calculation. I believe, and I could be wrong, and you can let me know if I'm wrong, in the calculations that you presented in your original budget to the governor, it did include those inflationary increases. If those were in the budget that was given to the legislature, can you tell us what that final statewide base per pupil amount would have been if the inflationary increase that we've customarily done was included?
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record, we can provide you with that number. One thing to keep in mind as part of that would be the revenues that were projected at that time would be different than what's included in the governor's recommended budget. So it could be lower because we had lower projections on the other revenues that were incorporated as part of that. But we can provide that number to you.
I would appreciate that, because whether it's higher or lower, it would affect what that final number is. And we'd like to know what that is. Thank you.
Okay, I think that is sort of where we're going to stop and transition into this little last part of your education stabilization account. And there may be some questions after that. So go ahead, please.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record. As I mentioned a little bit earlier in the presentation, budget account 2608 is also in the state education fund. This serves as the rainy day account for the pupil-centered funding plan. It is funded through a possible 3 mechanisms. The first is any residual revenue from the pupil-centered funding plan resulting from unanticipated increases in revenue. And no additional increases in enrollment that would result in residual funding that would flow through to budget account 2608. Conversely, if we had a decrease in enrollment and revenue stayed the same, we would have residual revenue that was unexpended within the pupil-centered funding plan, and that would flow to the education stabilization account as well. And the third mechanism is through school districts who have an end fund balance that exceeds 16.6% of their budget. Anything that exceeds that would be transferred to the stabilization account as well, with the exception of the grandfather clause that was put in place when the pupil-centered funding plan was introduced. Districts who had an end fund balance that exceeded that 16.6% amount in that year, so long as they continue to exceed that but didn't decrease, they are able to maintain that level of funding. If it does decrease from one year to the next, and then increase in that second following year, those additional above that prior threshold would be transferred, and that would continue until such time that they fell below the 16.6, and anything then after that that exceeds it would then transfer to the education stabilization account. To date, we have not had any districts that have decreased and then increased and therefore warranting a transfer. We are still evaluating the fiscal year 24 end fund balances that were just received in November. And so we don't have that number yet. But then within the education stabilization account, the mechanism is that once that amount reaches 20% or exceeds 20%, any of that amount above the 20% would transfer back to the pupil-centered funding plan as additional revenue to provide increases for funding within the pupil-centered funding plan. For the 25-27 biennium, you can see we have anticipated $857 million in fiscal year 26 and $866 million for fiscal year 27, or approximately 15% of the pupil-centered funding plan amount at this point in time. And so we're not currently projecting a transfer. And then you can see interest earned on the account as well. And that concludes the presentation for budget account 2608.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions to this last part? Senator Wynn.
I was wondering if you've had the opportunity to reach out to Clark County School District in particular. I know that there was some legislation that I sponsored that went into effect regarding those school precinct accounts. Do you have any indication on what the balances are on those accounts updated? I know that going into the 2023 legislative session is around $250 million collectively. And I was wondering if expanding some of the uses that we passed, giving them some more flexibility in utilizing those funds, whether or not they have gone down or if they have gone up.
Superintendent Ebert for the record. Thank you, Senator Wynn, for the question. Over the biennium, those dollars have increased. It was over $400 million that was in the accounts at the schools. I do not have that exact number for you, what it is today, but over the biennium, that number has increased.
And is that a $400 million in addition to the, or just total now?
Superintendent Ebert for the record, total.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So I think you mentioned this right at the end of your presentation, but I just want to be clear. So when you went over that balance, the education stabilization account is not full in the sense that it has met that threshold for a transfer back into the pupil-centered funding formula. Is that correct?
Megan Peterson, for the record, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And then we heard a couple of days ago about a potential proposal from the governor's office that would utilize those funds that are supposed to flow back into the pupil-centered funding formula. So under the current budget and projections that we have before us, there would not be any revenue to flow into either the pupil-centered funding formula or any other designated kind of diversion of that waterfall, so to speak, under what you have laid out here, correct?
Megan Peterson, for the record, at this moment in time, that is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And sorry, I need to back up a little bit on your presentation and way back on page 7 of the original component where you were talking about school enrollment. And I was just wondering, and maybe you said, and I just missed it, if you've included the estimated amount of students that are being homeschooled, does that really reflect a decrease in our student population in the state or a decrease of students that are going to our schools and now staying at home?
Megan Peterson, for the record, thank you for that question. So the enrollment trends that we are seeing here are only representative of students who are in the K-12 public education system and meet the parameters for being eligible for pupil-centered funding plan funding. So those would be students who are enrolled full-time in a school.
Would you be able to provide with us, and you probably don't have it today, the amount of students, and do you have any idea the amount of students and what that graph looks like that are now being homeschooled?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, those numbers exist in the individual schools within each school district. So we would need to gather those numbers from the school districts to be able to provide it to you.
Thank you. I think that's really important information. I think it's something our state should be looking at and making sure that our state has some idea about that. And it's a subject I brought up many times about, are we following these kids that are choosing to be homeschooled? How many are there actually? Have they left the school system because of the disenchantment of the education that they're getting there? I think it's something that we as a state need to be. We're responsible for all of the children that are here in our state. And so I'd really like to see the state get better accountability of how many children are being homeschooled in our state. Thank you. And for those that after the COVID years, we never found that they stayed home and we still don't have a good accountability of those kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Titus. And I would just add to that comment that and correct me if I am incorrect. I believe that there are some children that are being homeschooled or maybe at home that parents do not even know that they need to register with their school district. The parents just have them home and they may be homeschooling them, but they don't necessarily know that they need to check in with the school district and say, hey, I'm going to homeschool. Am I wrong or on the wrong path there?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you, Madam Chair. In the state of Nevada, the parents are responsible to go to their school that they are zoned for and acknowledge that they are homeschooling their student. There is not a statewide campaign, to your point, of making sure that every homeschool parent, we have people, as we know in our state, moving in all the time, that they are aware of Nevada's requirement, but it's a federal requirement but Nevada's process is to register directly with each individual school, and then each school district would collect that data. That is not something that the State Department of Education has ever tracked.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's an important piece because If I don't know, if I move here from California, if I never send my child to school and I don't tell the school in California that I've gone to Nevada, and you can sort of get lost in the system. And the reverse happens. If I move from Nevada to California and I never tell California I'm there. So it's not, I just want it to be clear that I don't know that it's always the school district's fault, because parents may or may not know. They may be, there could be lots of reasons they don't decide to go down to the school district and register. But I think that's an important piece, because I'm not sure that the accounting, we could have 10 schools, 10 kids on homeschool, and really only 5 are registered or something. So, I'm not sure that the numbers are always accurate. Last, I think, Assemblywoman Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a little bit confused about the balance exceeding 20%, how that works. So just to verify, no districts hit that threshold of the unexpended funds. And so, but yet we hear often of districts that are having financial problems. So I'm confused. Does the Department of Ed reach out and say, hey, we do have some money to help you? Or is it that the districts have to hit that threshold, I guess, for lack of a better term? Or is it, what's the process? Because if we've got money that is supposed to go to education, and then we find out that it can become transferred to something outside of education, as a body, we are not using the money in the way that we thought we would be. So if you could kind of clarify that a little bit as to how it has gotten to the level it is at this time.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record. Thank you for allowing me to elaborate a little bit more on that. It is a complicated evaluation process. Annually through the 3D7303 report, we do analyze school districts and fund balances. And that's where the grandfather clause comes into place at this time. So districts whose end fund balances exceed the amount that was established in 2020. So I'm going to try to use some round numbers. So District A had a 22% end fund balance in fiscal year 20. They're allowed to maintain and keep that level of funding until they drop below. And then, so if they were to move to 18%, that's probably 18%. And then in the following year, they moved to 19%. The 1% between the 18% and the 19% is what would transfer to the state education stabilization account. Until such a time they fall below 16%, and then that 16.6% is the new threshold. So any point going forward that they exceed that amount would transfer to us. So we do have districts currently who exceed that 16.6%, but because they have not decreased below their fiscal year 2020 point and then increased again, there has not been a transfer to date as a result of that mechanism. As I mentioned, though, we're still evaluating fiscal year 24 right now, so that could change. But since 2020, we have not had that mechanism come into play yet.
Thank you, and my feelings about that are for another day. So thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions, comments? Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you guys for your presentation. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding everything correct. Enrollment is down, or projected to be down. I see you nodding your head, yes. However, the overall funding in the governor's recommendation is increasing by, looks like 5-point-something%, correct?
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, within the governor's recommended budget, we budgeted for flat enrollment, no enrollment growth or.
I mean, the dollar amount, though, is increasing, correct?
The total allocation is increasing.
Okay, so this would be a historic increase, or a historic amount being funded, highest ever, dollar-wise? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional comments or questions? Okie doke. All right. With that, then we will close the hearing on agenda item 3. That takes us to, oh, I'm sorry.
We have one more account.
Oh, sorry. I was jumping ahead, trying to make it quick for you. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson. One last budget account for our state education. Budget account 2619 is where we have our state special education. As I mentioned earlier, this is the second stream of funding that we have in addition to federal and then the local that I mentioned earlier. So this is a portion of funding that the state provides in addition to the school district or the charter schools allocation to support special education, because it as well has the same maintenance of effort requirement, meaning that we cannot spend any less than the prior year. We do not budget it for inflation. We provide a 2% COLA adjustment on 95% of that funding, and you can see that reflected here in fiscal year 26 and 27. And then additionally, we have category 20, which has the state required $2 million for contingency funds for districts who may have students that have exceptionally high costs above and beyond what they ordinarily are accustomed to paying. And so these funds are available to them to help offset those increased costs that would have otherwise been funded through adjusted base or some other mechanism. And that concludes this presentation.
Thank you. Any questions on this part? Okay, seeing none. Now we get to close that agenda item and go to agenda item number 4. And it will be you as well, the Department of Education, and we'll keep with the same presenters. And when you are ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Superintendent Ebert, for the record. We're going to jump right in. Most of you, and thank you, that have been here fully understand multi-tier systems of support. And so all of our budget over the last biennium, the Department of Education has been really looking internally at our entire system and how we provide support to our school districts and how the resources are allocated. For those of you that are not familiar with multi-tier systems of support, it focuses on identifying our academic and behavioral issues within our system early, and it is called a tier 1. We want to have between 80% and 90% of our students in a tier 1 situation at all times. And I guess let me start, 100% of our students receive tier 1 instruction. But by investing first in tier 1, high quality preventative instruction for all students, our schools can reduce the more expensive and intensive interventions in tier 2 and tier 3. This approach, proactive approach, can result in a long-term cost savings by minimizing the number of students who require the one-on-one support. And if you think about it, just like the medical field, when you go to the doctor, you're not feeling well, you are greeted first by a practitioner, and most often they do an assessment, and then you continue on as through the medical field. Think about that as we're going through education. We're providing our students with what they need. We're meeting our students where they're at. And then if we identify there are additional supports that are needed, we move on to tier 1 and tier 2. The ultimate goal is to ensure that our funds, which we're talking about today, are being used effectively to improve our student outcomes. MTSS provides a framework for monitoring and evaluating our effectiveness on all of our interventions, allowing schools and the Department of Education to track progress and adjust spending based on what works best for our students. This data-driven approach can help justify and guide financial decisions, ensuring resources are being allocated to programs that produce measurable outcomes and behavioral improvements. MTSS is designed to support all of our students, including those who may need additional help, by ensuring every student receives appropriate support and can reduce the achievement gap and increase overall student success. So starting with that system, beginning and looking there, how do we make sure that our system in Nevada is moving in the direction that we all want to see, excellence for every student? We have aligned 4 strategies throughout the entire department. Our resources, our human capital are now aligned to these strategies. The first one, expanding pre-kindergarten. We know laying the groundwork for future academic success and social skills. I've worked with many of you over the biennium, and I thank you greatly for identifying this as a priority for all of you. The support to innovate Tier 1 core instruction is our second strategy. Strengthening Tier 1s of support for Tier 2 and 3 is our third. And then our fourth is improving Nevada education systems as a whole. Our overall budget, we just thought visually that we would show you here. As recommended, the total for the department, as well as what was presented, over $7 billion in each year of the biennium. And then you can see the activities, 90% going to our K-12 education programs and services, special education, student support services, early childhood education, and other activities. So diving deeper into expanding pre-kindergarten. We know that by focusing on early education, pre-kindergarten programs help ensure that children develop the essential skills such as literacy, numeracy, and emotional regulation, which are foundational for lifelong learning and well-being. All children should have the same opportunity to enter school with the skills to be ready for kindergarten. We know that research consistently shows that high quality early education leads to better educational attainment, higher employment rates, and increased earning potential. And this investment reduces the need for remedial education and social services later, ultimately contributing to a more productive citizens and workforce. In the governor's recommended budget, we have $70 million for fiscal year 26 and another $70 million for fiscal year 27. Thank you again. Last biennium, we had the $140 million that was made available for the early literacy childhood grants. That system has proven to be very successful. It's first time as a state that we were able to serve 3-year-olds. And this last set of funding was able to provide almost 1,900 seats for us in our state, additional seats for us in our state. Strategy 2, support innovative Tier 1 core instruction. We want to ensure that all of our Tier 1 instruction services provided and that we have a foundation for our teaching and learning for all of our students. When high quality Tier 1 core instruction is effectively delivered to all of our students, it becomes easier to identify those who struggle or do not respond well to our general curriculum. Focusing on Tier 1 instruction, we have, within the Department of Education, started to align and realign all of our resources to make sure that we are providing the supports that the school districts are asking for. Also, too, within the Department of Education, the personalized learning and mastery, you've heard of competency-based learning, those components, the Portrait of a Nevada Learner, the durable skills that our children need to become a productive citizen within Nevada. We want to make sure that we have the resources that create the environment where students can move at their pace and that teachers have the resources they need to be able to shift from a classroom where everyone is moving at the same pace at the same time, but that they have the resources that they need and that they can move forward at the pace that they're ready for. The typical example that I use is Algebra 1. Most of our students, or all of our students across Nevada, enroll in that course. And some students can finish that course in a much quicker time than the 180 days that are provided. Well, some students need just 200 days, an additional 20 days. They don't need an additional semester repeated to be able to demonstrate their skills in algebra. So as we move forward with personalized learning and mastery in our budget request, we have two different components: Digital Learning Collaborative, which provides content, academic content across our state for all of our students, and then our Digital Learning Management System. We are aligned with higher education, so we have a system now in the state of Nevada where all content, PK20 can be delivered within one system. And then that allows us to be able to have access across our entire state for students to be able to learn material where they might not have a teacher that is licensed in that area. Computer science is one that Nevada is known for leading the nation, but not every single high school in our state has a computer science teacher. However, since we have been able to fund these in the past, teachers across the state can help support high schools so that every student has access to that content via the learning management system, and educators across our state to be able to provide that content. We also have dual credit. One of the great success stories over the last few years in our state. Assembly Bill 428 from the last session created the Teacher Academy pathway. We want to grow educators here in the state. Research has shown across the United States that students, when they graduate from college, if they come back or leave, they come back, they are more likely to stay within 10 miles of where they grew up. And so we want to make sure we have students in our classrooms today that they understand that they can become an educator, they can become a school psychologist, they can be in human resources or finances, but that they understand that there's a pathway for them to join the education system. And so the funding request here, the $283,000 each year of the biennium, is to fund supports for dual credit to make sure that students can see themselves moving on to college and career. The next item is our Safe Voice platform. This was previously funded out of ESSER funds, and it actually started with grant funds. The legislature had asked us as a department to prove that this is a tool that we want to use and that many school districts and students use quite frequently. What is important to note here is that there was research that was just provided, and I can provide it to staff so that all of you have it as well, specifically for Safe Voice in Nevada from school years 2018 and 2019. There's a skip timeframe because of the pandemic. But what was found in that is that the rates of violence against staff, there was an estimated 32% reduction across those 2 school years. The possession of weapons was also a 32% decrease. And comparing the annual data over time, during that time period, when you look about with cost savings, it is a cost savings of roughly $34 million. So an investment of $129,000 each year, returning a possible $34 million. We would like to see this Safe Voice move forward within our state. For strategy 3, talking about the tiers, tier 2 and tier 3, we want to be able to strengthen the support once we have provided. So targeted intensive support, tier 2 and tier 3 interventions are designed to provide a more focused and intensive support for our schools, our educators, our students who are struggling despite receiving tier 1 instruction. Tier 2 typically involves small group interventions and targeted strategies, while Tier 3 provides highly individualized support. This targeted approach helps address specific learning or behavioral challenges and supports students in overcoming barriers to success. By offering these additional layers of support through Tier 2 and Tier 3, educators can more effectively address and mitigate learning gaps and behavioral issues. And this personalized attention and intervention helps students achieve better academic performance, improve their social emotional skills, and increase their chances of success in the general education setting. Under strategy 3, we have 2 projects that we are requesting funding for this presentation, at a high level. Nevada Pathways, we work very closely with Workforce Connections. In July of 2021, we have had over 22,438 educators in our state access these tools, with over 230,000 students using it as well. The students engage in almost 700 with over 700 Nevada-based professionals and 60,000 industry professionals nationwide, so that students have an understanding when they leave our classrooms, the paths and opportunities that they have available to them. We are in this spring of 2025, we're working with Brightline to video the work there so that students can see the engineering, all of the construction, all of the opportunities that they will have in the future as well. The students have access to live chats with the partners, and we work both with our academic part of our team in the Department of Education as well as our career and technical education. The pathways, the second part of our budget request is the school and district performance plans. They are required within the state as well as federally. So this is the tool that allows the school districts to enter their plan, and then we now have the ability using this tool to analyze those plans more quickly. As you can imagine, with over 750 schools in our state and the few staff members that we have, it has been a yeoman's task to do that by hand. And so having access to this electronic tool makes us more efficient in the work that we do. For strategy 3 also, we have our incentivizing pathways to teaching. Again, another extremely successful program. We work collaboratively with the Nevada system of higher education to make sure that those that want to enter the teaching profession have access to these funds that covers tuition costs and the clinical field experience expenses. The program offers financial assistance to help ease the burden of the tuition fees and provide stipends to support candidates during their clinical practices, which is an integral part of their teacher preparation. The interstate mobility compact costs, we joined the compact from the last legislative session. You approved Senate Bill 442. It is now recorded as NRS 391B. And this membership allows teacher reciprocity across the jurisdictions. So easier transfer of a teacher's license from one state to the other, or to ours, and so that we can get them into the classroom more quickly. And then our last strategy, improve Nevada education systems. We have our student achievement outcomes. Moving forward, we want to leverage our data that we have in the state of Nevada, having a single student information system. We have a lot of data, and we need to make sure that it's not about just collecting the data, that we use the data to drive our decision making, that we analyze the data, and making sure that we're providing the resources specifically to where they need to go. Our system efficiency and effectiveness outcomes, our teaming among our state staff. This has been coming out of the pandemic and continuing our work. Our public-public partnerships, as with higher education, our partnerships with DETR. DETR also has set aside funds to make sure that our teachers our teacher candidates are supported going through. And then our partnerships with DHHS. Coming out of the pandemic, making sure that we're leveraging our Medicaid ability with the school districts for reimbursement is important as well. So tightening up the white space, if you will, between the different organizations that we have within our state and filling in and making sure that our funding is braided and used strategically to support our constituents. Increased accountability and transparency. Again, as noted earlier, making sure that we have not only the data and that we collect the data, but that it is analyzed and used appropriately. And then targeted resource allocation I spoke to as well. So with that, in our budget request, you see here what we started with, our multi-tiered systems of support. The agency has prioritized this statewide. Many of your school districts and individual schools, we have almost 40% of our schools that work directly with UNR, inclusive of our colleagues in the State Public Charter School Authority. We started this initially 10 years ago with a grant from the federal government. Since that time, we used the ESSER funds that were made available during the pandemic to expand this system of support. And now we are requesting that it be continued and expanded across our state. Allocating these funds provides early intervention, the screening tools, the behavior challenges. It also allocates the sustainable funding for our positive behavioral intervention supports and technical assistance center, which is at UNR. They have been a wonderful partner here within the state, but they too are recognized nationally for their work in multi-tiered systems of support. Closing out and rounding our presentation, we are asking for these positions. The deputy administrator is to streamline within our own organization. Right now, we have, I'm going to take two of these, the two human resource technicians as well. We do not, within the Department of Education, we're one of the few departments within the state that do not have any human resource staff. We have 0 today, human resource staff in the Department of Education. With 219 staff members, what has transpired is that amazing individual, our assistants as well as directors have that responsibility. And having that responsibility with our administrative assistants, that role across the state and within the Department of Education is a high turnover role because it's an entry-level position into state service. And so we are continually training and retraining, which is not effective use of resources, our staff on how to submit requisitions to hire staff, to work with benefits, to provide internally the opportunity for growth and onboarding. And so we are requesting the 2 human resource technicians along with the deputy administrator. Right now, the buildings, we have two main buildings. We have 3 buildings total within the state where the Nevada Department of Education staff is housed. And that work is completed by the deputy superintendent over finance. So we would like to make sure that the deputy superintendent is focused on the $7 billion annually that we have and have the work of maintaining buildings, human resources in one place where it should be in an organization of our size. The management analyst, 3, contract unit manager, we have one contractor that works extremely hard and is dedicated, does a phenomenal job. But our contracts, again, I'll go back to our student information system and our assessment system as well. They are very large, very lengthy, and need to be scrutinized quite frequently as we add and continue on off-board contracts. So we're asking for another management analyst to be able to do this work. Right now in budget, there are two people that run the pupil-centered funding plan. 2. So we are asking for a third. Auditors, this is an interesting area. As you know, we go into schools and audit, make sure that the enrollment is correct, different various processes. What has transpired over time is that as the charter school authority has grown, each of the charter schools is their own LEA unless they're part of a larger organization. And so if you think about in the past, just the 17 school districts, we would work with the school districts directly for auditing those school districts and schools. But now with the added individual charter schools, which is over 50, it is now almost 70 organizations, if you will, that we need to go in and audit their books. So it's the construct and the growth of the charter schools that now have more than tripled the expectation of our staff to be able to audit organizations. The program officer, again, small but mighty team at the Department of Education. We would like to have a faster return time on our services for those that are receiving their license. We process over 20,000 licenses a year. And when all of the information from a licensee is submitted correctly, it goes very smoothly. This last year, I'm proud to say that the time to license was 10 days, which on the West Coast is the shortest amount of time. So I'm very proud of that. But what happens if all the information does not come in and there's variations of information, it gets very detailed with the person that is trying to apply for their license and our staff to be able to get that licensee across the finish line. And some of you have actually called me and said, can you find out what is transpiring? And we do, and it's usually those very complicated pieces. And so we would like to bring that type of licensee, their time down. It usually takes anywhere from a month to almost 2 months to get that one person across the line. And we need to get teachers into the classroom, school psychologists, everyone else. So we want to make sure that information comes in. The education and information officer, as you can see here, is for early childhood, making sure that our schools, entities, both Nevada Ready Pre-K, as well as our partners that provide support, that they have the information that they need to be successful. And then an education program supervisor to expand our Tier 1 core instruction. This is the position that we came to IFC 6-8 months ago for. You asked us to put it in our budget request, and so that is reflected here for you today for your consideration as we move through the session. Also, too, in the budget requests are integrated projects for one-shot funding. Most of these are self-explanatory, but I can definitely dive into any other ones that you may have questions on. I wanted to make sure they were the larger items. I know this is a high-level presentation, but wanted to make sure that there were questions on these specific ones that we were ready to answer for you. With that, we stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all that information. Committee, is there anyone who has a question? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was wondering for the I guess the movement on high quality teachers, where are we at in terms of, I guess, the data on how many high quality teachers are now in the classroom? When I was looking at CCSD's accountability report from 23 to 24, it's if you go, it's on page 98. All of the schools had NA. There was no data in any of the schools showing these classes or these schools have high quality teachers teaching. So do you have that data? Do we know what's going on? So we know that as we move in investment, right, we actually have the required, I guess, staffing to do that work.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, we actually have 1,200 more teachers in the classroom this year than we did last year. I'm very proud to say, and it is a correlation for the historic funding that you all passed last biennium. We have seen a historic increase in the number of staff that are remaining within the state of Nevada, as well as those staff that we're able to hire. So 1,200 more teachers are in our classrooms today because of the work that you did than were last year. Huge celebration. We have a long way to go. We are not there yet. And so really leaning in this last biennium, the partners within higher education, when I sat here before you and said, you know, we need 2,400 teachers a year annually, and the Nevada system of higher education was producing 800, massive gap. That gap is closing for many different reasons. One, again, being the funding, teachers earning a wage that they deserve, as well as the system of higher education and K-12 thinking differently about how we support those that want to become teachers. So a lot of work to do, but there is celebration as well.
Okay, Madam Chair, follow up.
Yes.
How many of the 1,200 have 5 years or more experience that are in the Tier 1, Tier 2 schools?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I would need to get that data for you. That's not something I have available right now.
Okay. So different question, but in the same vein, on strategy 3, on strengthening the tiers of support. I brought this up, I think, maybe in one of the IFC meetings in the summer, but then I dug into it around like the historical data and trends around kids, specifically Black children. So I went all the way back to the Prime 6 report. You weren't here. but there was data that was showing, like in 2006, Black children were 10 to 13% behind in math when you compared them to white students. And I said, okay. So then I went into 2015, 2016 school year, and then Black students in math were only 14.8% proficient. And then I went to 23, 24, and Blacks in math were only 15.2% proficient in math compared to white students that were at 46.5% in 23, 24, right? I don't want to get into because I broke it down by ELA and math and trying to figure out this historical trend, because somebody brought this up to me when we were doing the superintendent search for CCSD. And what's concerning is that what I'm trying to figure out in this strengthening of tier support, when do we go back and do historical eval on particular demographics and then start asking ourselves, although we have this money, although these children should have a high quality teacher with more than 5 years of experience, what are we getting ready to do when one group is showing a consistent trend of not performing? Not because they're not intelligent, but because the system itself is not set up to strengthen them. Because if you can go back to 2006 and still see 10 to 13% lower achievement, yet we're having this conversation over and over and over again. We're doing all of these things. What truly is going to be the gain or the strategy that the governor is anticipating, right, to move this needle, right? We can do high pie in the sky, we can talk about rainbows, but there's real work. So what's really is the plan here?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record. So at the Department of Education, right, what is in our purview, working with the school districts and the funding. The data, not only the academic data, but the expulsion as well as suspension rates play into this as well. So the last legislative session in the governor's bill in 400, AB 400, the requirement for the state superintendent to collect additional, besides the academic data, right? Because that's only one piece of the puzzle, but the expulsion and suspension data. We just received that data 6-8 weeks ago and have been analyzing that data. We can tell not only now at the schools where there is academic underperformance, but also higher expulsion and suspension rates for Black children. So now having that data in addition to the academic data at the state level, driving the resources that are made available to those schools with the accountability piece is where we are moving. However, and it was at, your memory is always great, it was at the IFC meeting. It cannot be just a top down, right? It also has to be the community. And so making sure that the state, the community, the school district is working alongside each of those individual schools, because I will be sure not to name specific schools, but in one context of our state, it's not a solution that automatically ports over to another school that has the same data points and resources. So also what I would add in, the public component of how we work as a state is critical as well. So conversations that were not had in the past that are happening now with DHHS, my colleagues there, on making sure that we have the resources in behavioral resources, our academic resources, our community resources. I fully expect that any county as well as city resources need to be added in. And so it is no longer treating the system as a whole, but treating the system as individual components and making sure those resources are targeted in that way and having that data.
Madam Chair, can I have a follow-up?
Yes, please go ahead.
So you're referencing, because I just want to dig in just a small bit on that expulsion. So you're referencing the governor's bill that he wanted to move last session that was going to kick 8-year-olds out of school. That's the one we're talking about?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that component is in part of, that was in 400.
Okay. So knowing what you know now with that report, is on the governor's side a conversation saying that although you were thinking and considering, you know, removing 8-year-olds from school, that now expulsion and race, there is a correlation in how they achieve. So in your banner under education, that you now may have to either recalculate, rethink, and re-examine your strategy, because on one hand, 8-year-olds might need to be in school and educated, and it is going to impact your larger goal of trying to strengthen at-risk communities. And on top of that, community, because Victory is still in statute, which allows nonprofits to go in schools, which also allowed parents to go into schools and to a certain degree, working with the principal, getting fingerprinted, et cetera. That was in law in 2013. What the district is currently doing is not allowing the nonprofits in the school at all. They're actually charging them. The parents, the fingerprinting is, I think, 6 to 8 weeks to even go in and work with the students. So what are we doing in that broad scope to mitigate some of the characteristics or symptoms that are going on, which you now know are factors and why there is no holistic achievement for this particular group? Because if we're not going to mitigate any of these factors this session, I don't care if he walks around with an I Love Education t-shirt, it's not going to change the tier 1 schools, is not going to change at-risk schools ever, because you refuse to acknowledge that you may have been wrong in your theory about kicking 8-year-olds out of school. Because actually in that bill, I think it was as young as 6. And then we intervened and said, absolutely not. And I just want to know, are we having these conversations? Because this is real. We're not playing anymore, right? And apparently he's not playing either in a bipartisanship call. But these are things that actually have to happen. And he has to adjust a position he took in 23. I mean, okay, I'm done. But answer that.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, there was information that you just shared in regard to access, specifically for partnerships, which are in law. So, but you are stated that a school district is not following, so I will follow up on that. Yeah, so there's information that you just provided me that I would need to investigate to make sure that it aligns with what we have presented here today, and that also it aligns with the statute.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Mosca, did you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. And similar under Strategy 3, thank you. Under the school and district performance plans, the $964,000, you had mentioned it being an electronic tool. What do we do currently for these plans? And is the purpose then to use those as supports for schools and to have transparent data for our communities to know where the gaps are and what we're doing about them?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, if I may, Chair, we have Deputy Dixon in Carson City that can give the specifics with the tool.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the question. For the record, Deputy Superintendent Anne-Marie Dixon. We utilize the school performance plans and district performance plans in different ways. For our schools that receive funding for more rigorous intervention, those schools receive direct support from the department. For other schools, we have our staff that work with district accountability folks. As far as the transparency, those reports would be available through districts, and we do know that our districts and schools do share those reports with their families and communities.
Thank you, Chair. And so just as a quick follow-up, what would this $964,000 for the tool do now? What's new with it?
What we have within that tool is we are working really closely with the group, as I stated, the district accountability folks, to gain their feedback on how we can ensure that that tool is used in a way that's going to be most beneficial to schools and districts. So we look at how are we looking at the goals, how are we updating, how are we utilizing data as schools are determining what those goals are. Within the platform, we also have assistance from the vendor to come in and create new reports that districts might find valuable. If they're looking at disproportionality in different behavioral, if they're looking at academic type things, we are able to customize those reports so they can utilize them at different levels. So in a larger district, like Clark County, the access to a school plan would be starting at a school leadership team level. It would go up to the principal supervisor, up to the district accountability, and throughout the different levels. So allowing all members within a district to have the opportunity to look at individual school plans. And then our district performance plans, we are working to improve those, and as I said, gaining feedback from our districts as to what we need to have in place to best support them in their work.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions very quick. I just wanted to verify on slide 4, you talked about the funding. 68% is other. Is that where the licensure fee is coming from, or what exactly is the other? And I recognize that I think it was just a few months ago that we increased that licensure fee. So if you could clarify where that 68% is coming from.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record, thank you for that question. This actually, as you can see on the right side too as well, 90% of that is associated with the pupil-centered funding plan. And so that does also represent the local portion of funding, as well as local school support tax, sales tax, hotel taxes, things like that.
But is the licensure fee part of that?
I would have to double check, but I believe it is part of that calculation.
If we could get that information about how much the licensure fees for all of the educators, whether it is administrators or teachers, is part of your budget, that would be wonderful, because there's been a lot of different discussion about that. And then my second question is one that I'm not sure is one that you'll be able to actually go into very much, but it has to do with slide 17. Where you speak about the other educators that are coming in. In one way, it's the incentivizing pathways to teaching. the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact, there's no discussion, however, about the J-1 visas. And I know that that is more of a district decision. However, I'd like to know if the department has been involved at all with any of that work with our J-1 visa educators and that very alarming information that we had a few months ago on one of our interim committees in education.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, yes, you have colleagues that have been very instrumental in working with us as well with J1. We also too I personally have worked with our congressional leaders. As we know, it is not as within the state's control to be able to change that. It is federal. So our congressional leaders are well aware. Every time I see them, we have the conversation with the shift at the U.S. Department of Education. I will say with the prior administration as well, had the conversation there. What we offered is not only to consider educators under the HB1 as opposed to J1. We know that allows people to stay in high needs positions for a much longer period of time. The J1 visa is a cultural exchange visa. These people are coming here and working in our schools. It's not a cultural exchange. It is, there is cultural exchange, which is very positive. However, they are filling a vital role in our education system, which needs to be expanded as well.
Thank you so much. And I know that there's been a large amount of discussion about J1, the national level as well. So looking forward to hearing more about some of these items as to how to help our fellow educators in this way. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the last question is from Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Chair. So I saw that in the executive budget, there's an elimination of about $7 million in expiring federal grants, and several $1 million of those grants are related to mental health and school safety. I know that some of those are also competitive grants, and so they're not necessarily guaranteed. But I was just wondering if you could speak to the overall outlook currently for continued federal support and overall support from the state for mental health and school safety. I know at least one of these grants is aimed at increasing the number of mental health professionals in our schools. So thank you.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I would like to ask Deputy McGill to respond to the Assemblyman's question.
Good morning, Christy McGill, Deputy Superintendent for the Nevada Department of Education. Thank you for the question. So a couple of things. Yes, you are correct. Those expiring funds are discretionary. Much of our school-based mental health has been based on discretionary grants. And why, one, we will continue to work as a team with the department and our districts to get as many of those discretionary grants as possible. But as you said before, it's a revolving door of funds. The second piece is to really, we also got another grant with our DHHS partner, Medicaid, to really look at expanding the billing system so that when schools are implementing Tier 2 and Tier 3 services in mental health, that they are indeed have the ability to bill for those services, therefore utilizing money slated for medical interventions for those and not using educational dollars. So that's our second strategy as well. And then, of course, also looking at how to strengthen that workforce. And we've been very lucky to work with our NSHE partners, both UNLV, UNR, to strengthen the pipeline. And also our School of Medicine to look at creative ways of putting interns into our school system as well. So again, it's a problem that we're still working on together, but we have made a few steps forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that update, and I appreciate all of those efforts. I know that it's certainly an issue that all of us are interested in and concerned about, potential challenges with a loss of that discretional federal funding. So thank you again for the answer, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
Thank you. And I do think Senator Buck may have a question. Am I correct?
Thank you so much, Chair. Along the lines of student achievement that my colleague from District 4 brought to the table, I was wondering if you had any schools that are serving that population, that demographic, disadvantaged children, who are moving the needle in those various subgroups, and if you could get that to us, to the Senator from District 4 and myself, so that way we could work on a bipartisan measure in which, or some sort of fashion, to replicate these best practices, because a lot of times in that holistic number, it's awesome to be able to see and dissect exactly the schools that are moving the needle so we can replicate best practices.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I would love to be able to provide you with that information. We actually have been looking at the latest data that was published. And so we can definitely provide you and your colleague with the entire committee with that information.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think that is the extent of our questions. Oh, Majority Leader, did you have a question real quick? Hang on. My brain.
Okay, I think I have a question, hopefully a quick one on special education services, if that's all right. So it sounds like there is, in the recommended budget, there are reductions of it's $3 million for categorical funding for pupils with disabilities that exceed 13% of total pupil enrollment in their schools or charter schools. And so that particular fund, and my understanding is that that has typically been utilized, but that's being recommended to be removed. Can you just talk to us a little bit about that? Because maybe that's something that we might just need some clarity on how that will operate, if that's a place where there has historically been funds utilized from, and how it is that you may, if you can't access, if those funds are not going to be reserved, then what else you might access, if that makes sense.
Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson, for the record. Yes, thank you for that question. Those are funds that were established to provide additional funding when a district or charter school's IEP population exceeds 13% of the entire population for that district or school. Those are funds because they are treated as part of the funds that are awarded to those districts and schools, become part of the maintenance of effort, and has contributed to the state's ongoing maintenance of state fiscal support. And so because of that continual increase in costs for that extra support, we are evaluating how best to incorporate and stabilize that funding because of the ongoing obligations to the states and the overall budget. So that is something that's being evaluated. They still do have access to the $2 million in the contingency account for costs that are above and beyond the typical costs that are seen.
And so do you know what effect not having the availability of that funds have, like what effect that has on maintenance of effort? Because I don't know if how that all kind of works together.
Megan Peterson, for the record. Yes. So when we look at special education and specifically budget account 2619, the main category funding, that $250 million, every year that we are funding that $1.5 million, that is increasing that $250 million minimum threshold. And so there is a decision unit that took the funding from that I believe it's category 19, and moved it to category 21 to maintain that level of funding, because that is an ongoing cost for the school districts and charter schools as well. And then the decision unit was included to reduce that funding for that specific category, so that way we are not continually increasing our maintenance of effort at the moment.
And by removing it from that other account with that decision unit, that does not impact the maintenance of effort ongoing.
It will not continue to add to that at this time.
Do you anticipate there needing to be like another source of funds, since that will no longer be available in that fund? Or you think moving it to, I forget the number that you use for the other account, but if you add it to that, that should be sufficient, or at least that's the thought?
That is the understanding, yes.
Okay. And we can talk more about it through budget hearings and offline, but I wanted to just make sure that that was something that we could get some more conversation on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And a question from Assemblywoman Torres, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for answering all of our questions. You talked a little bit about the SPP in this presentation, or school performance plan, and in the previous presentation, we talked a little bit about the weights. Can you explain how are we holding school leaders and schools accountable for using the funds to support those subgroups, right? Whether it be EL, at risk, or SPED populations, and then how are schools demonstrating that those funds are linked to achievement? Because when we have any other type of federal grant money, you would, submit that request, but I know that we don't do that for state funds, because with the federal grant, you would go into the grant management system, you would say, I'm using my funds for this, and then it would be approved or it would not be approved because it doesn't meet the requirements. But with this type of weighted funding, we don't do that. So how are we holding schools accountable, but then also how are those schools demonstrating that the way that we're using that funding is linked to student achievement?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Assemblywoman Torres Fawcett, the weighted funding specifically for those individual schools, we have not done an analysis on the individual schools related to their plan. We haven't linked those two pieces. What I will share with you is that we did work with our vendors to look at, we broke up in 3 different tiers. Those schools that received the most weighted funding, those schools that received the middle tier, and then the 3rd tier, the least amount of funding. Those schools that received the most weighted funding actually had the highest growth, which is what we want to see. Those with the steepest climb to see the most growth. Those that did not receive as much funding did not grow as much. However, there was growth. The 2 groups, when you look at them, the group that received the most funding is still not proficient as where we want them to be. So the funding that you have provided during the last biennium, we are seeing that making a difference by driving the funds, as the senator had asked. Are you going to specifically direct funds for those most in need? That's what has transpired over the last 2 biennia. And we're seeing that now because of the historic investment last time, that making a difference. The linkage, I will tell you specifically to their plan, we have been monitoring the plans and having people rewrite plans based on our work with Deputy Superintendent Dixon. However, that direct link, we do not have the staff to do that direct analysis. If there are funds made available to do that specific analysis, more than happy to do it, but we're operating within the resources that we are allocated.
Thank you. And a follow-up to that. So within the testing programs that are used, are schools able to then pull, I know that they can pull specifically like our EL students, that's a little bit easier for information for them to pull to see how they performed on those tests. But then how about these other subgroups that we're serving, whether it be like specifically, I'm thinking about that at-risk population so that they can identify how just those students have performed. And are they asked to then provide some type of action when those subgroups are not performing, or at least a plan considering them?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, that's part of the analysis that we're doing for the state board as well. So in process on that piece.
Good question. Thank you very much. All right. Any additional questions from the committee on this particular item? All right. Seeing none. Thank you very much for being with us today. Thank you for being in person. We know that you have to travel when you do that, and we appreciate all this information. We look forward to seeing you in session when we get more into the weeds. Thank you very much. And committee, we are ahead of schedule, so we're going to welcome Nevada System of Higher Education up to the table. We'll give you a few minutes to get yourself organized because we were not expecting to get to you before lunch, so welcome. Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for being ready when we are. We appreciate your flexibility. So we'll move into agenda item number 5, Nevada System of Higher Ed, and here with us is Chancellor Patty Charlton and Vice Chancellor Chief Financial Officer Chris Fatone. So Chancellor Charlton, please, when you are ready. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Good morning, Madam Chairs, members of the committee. For the record, I am Patricia Charlton, Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education. I first want to just say thank you for the opportunity to review with you today the governor's recommendations for the 25-27 biennial budget. And as noted, with me today is Mr. Chris Fatone, Chief Financial Officer for the system. I also want to just start with first a thank you to this body for all of your support for higher education, and in particular last session as well. It was an unprecedented time frame. So thank you very much. I'm going to start today with just providing
in accordance with the guidance that were received by your staff, to present a quick overview of our system, the recommended funding formula revisions that resulted from the recent study of the NSHE funding formula, which several of your participants here today, members, participated in. And finally, Chief Financial Officer Vitone will present highlights from the governor's recommended NSHE budget. And so with that, let's begin with an overview of NSHE and our institutions. And the purpose of this overview is to provide some context of who we are and where we operate. So first, the Nevada System of Higher Education is governed by a 13-member governing board that serve for 6-year terms. It's soon to be a revised board with 9 members. That size of that body was reduced in the 2023 session, and so we're in that transitionary phase. We have 7 teaching institutions, and this fall we exceeded enrollment of over 110,000 students throughout our system in our teaching institutions. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas, University of Nevada, Reno, Nevada State University, and our community colleges, College of Southern Nevada, Great Basin College, Truckee Meadows Community College, as well as Western Nevada College. And then also we have what I consider, and I think we all do, the gem of our system, which is very unique, and that's the Desert Research Institution, which operates both north, south, and I would say globally as well, providing solutions to our global environment. Our Board of Regents are represented by the members that you see before you. The 13 members include Amy Carvalho, who serves as chair. She is part of, she represents District 12, and Dr. Jeff Downs from District 11 serves as vice chair. We had a recent addition with Pete Gokachia, who formerly served in the legislature, who is now serving as a regent, and he replaced Dr. Cruz Crawford, who is now a member of the legislature. We do have a current vacancy in place, as we had a recent passing of Dr. Lois Tarkanian, and we are waiting the appointment from the governor for that vacancy. Each of our institutions is led by a president. Many of, if they're not in the room, they will be before we get to questions, either here in person or in Carson City. And so our presidents are also listed here as well. So the Board of Regents, I won't read our mission statement, but our core mission is here, and it is to graduate students that support and benefit the state of Nevada. This mission statement is also guided by 6 strategic goals of the Board of Regents, and those include the following: graduating students, closing the achievement gap, research and development, workforce development, and coordination, accountability, and very important, transparency. Access guides the work that we do, increasing participation in post-secondary education. Success, supporting our students in achieving their educational goals, whether it be from a training certificate through a PhD or to a professional school, either one of our medical schools or the law school or the dental school. We're focused on closing the achievement gap, ensuring that all students have access and the opportunity to be successful and to graduate. Through workforce, we support the needs of our employers, both current and projected, and to future industries coming to Nevada. I focused a little bit on research and the DRI, but we do have 2 R1 institutions, both UNLV and UNR. Research is important to developing solutions to the critical issues that face the 21st century Nevada and raising the state's overall research profile. And then finally, coordination, accountability, and transparency, promoting the openness through the use of data for transparency and our accountability to you, to our community, to our public, and to our state, and to our students. And this refers also in part to the extensive data that you can find on the NSHE website, which we recommend that you, if you have a chance, go in and play along with some of our data dashboards. And now I want to take a chance to look a little bit more on, I went a little too fast there, on where we have been and our access. As you can see from the chart in front of you, the This is a slide of the system's enrollment going back to 2010. And as you look, we had a high mark of 2010. And so at that time, this was technically for us, it was still the Great Recession or on the heels. And even though the Great Recession was termed as being from December 2007 to June 2009, Nevada actually had a little bit slower recovery during that time. And so at that time, our enrollment was just under 115,000 throughout the state. During that time, many individuals returned to the workplace, and our state did see a continual, our institution saw some continued growth until about 2019 in our enrollment. And at that time, we had the pandemic hit, which impacted overall enrollment throughout the system. And what you can't see from this slide is that that impacted primarily our community colleges. And so we are inching up again from fall of 2024. We were just under or just over 110,000 students. And again, that really impacted primarily our community colleges in the decline. This is very touchy. Next, I want to show just a little bit of how this looks across the institutions within the system. UNLV is now our largest enrollment-based institution, and you can see that in the fall of 2024, enrollment was just under 33,000 headcount enrollment, and full-time equivalent students is just a little bit over 23,000 students, representing 33.6% of the total system. CSN previously was our largest institution, but again, as I mentioned earlier, we have seen some challenges with our community colleges, particularly in the enrollment decline. And Great Basin, our jewel in our rural community, is just over 3,500 students. And I know as we get into the session, you'll hear some of the exciting growth that Great Basin is seeing, and they have seen some significant growth in this academic year. Next, I want to show a little bit about doing a deep dive on our enrollment, and this slide really highlights the very rich diversity of our student population. It is quite significant, and for over a decade now, NSHE has served and has been a minority-majority system. And today, 65.4% of our students come from historically underrepresented populations, and you can see that shift particularly where the axis occurred in FY14. 31.3% of our students, or 31,000, are low income and are recipients of federal Pell Grants. Next, I want to show and highlight some of the student success, and I'm very excited to share this information and really want to thank the legislature for your investment in higher education, which has led to some of these amazing accomplishments of each of our institution. This slide shows that continued improvement of graduation rates. This first one highlights our universities. And again, when we look at graduation rates, the standard for us is IPEDS, and this indicates the percentage of first-time, full-time, degree-seeking students that earned a bachelor's degree after 6 years or 150% of a normal time. And so what you see is significant growth across our universities. It says in 2003, NA for Nevada State University is they weren't quite up and going and didn't exist at that time. But if you look at UNR, for example, they are just under the national average. We are very proud of the work that our presidents and our institutions and every faculty member, and mostly our students and their commitment to reaching this attainment. Now moving on to the community colleges. This is the same data for the community colleges, also using that IPEDS graduation rates. And wow, what a story this really shows over the last 2 decades in particular. As you'll notice, Great Basin is almost, and they're reaching pretty soon, I think, double the national average, but a huge success story. And CSN in particular, while the numbers may look lower, I will tell you in 2001, graduation rates defined by that IPEDS cohort was 1%. Today, they are just under 18%. We are very proud of this progress, but we know that there is more work to be done and to continue to increase these rates. Next, I'd like to highlight our work on the pipeline to the workforce and really highlight a couple of specific areas. This shows the number of graduates for the most recent academic year, which is 23-24, and those graduates from 12 years in a prior comparison. We are increasing the number of people that are completing and moving into the workforce. And again, like the graduation rates, these numbers are growing at a significant rate. We're also very focused and aligned with your priorities in supporting a strong Nevada through increasing our graduates in teachers and in nursing, which has been a top priority of this body. And we wanted just to highlight from the last 10 years where we have seen growth, and that is because of the investment and the support that we have gotten from the legislature and in our partnerships. It's a tough act to follow, State Superintendent Ebert, but we're really grateful for all the work that we get to do with our K-12 partners. And again, also when we look at nursing, we know that there's a deep need for nurses throughout the state of Nevada, and we pledge our commitment to supporting those efforts. A little bit of focus on DRI. We've talked about the teaching institutions, but they're such an important part of our environment. So while our core mission is to graduate students, research is a very key and important part, equally as important and significant to the state of Nevada and our system. Desert Research Institute was established through legislation in 1959 and has a world-renowned reputation for research in areas such as air quality, astrobiology, ecological engineering, geology, geochemistry, groundwater, geostatistical analysis, just to name a few. And I know that we all know that they do cloud seeding as well. You hear that every biennium. With over 140 faculty and over 40 disciplines, DRI has been extremely successful in securing over $52 million in sponsored research projects. And again, they operate facilities both in Northern Nevada, Southern Nevada, and have scientists deployed throughout the world to solve some of our biggest challenges. And finally, this slide denotes some of that significant growth in our research expenditures for our research universities and DRI in just a 3-year short period. They have been very successful in that work and continue to mine that space. Again, I would be remiss not to mention how proud of the fact that we have not one, but 2 R1 universities, and that is a testament to your commitment in the state. And this slide really shows and exemplifies how that state supports research endeavors throughout Nevada. Next, I'm going to move along to some very important work that we did over the interim. And again, I wanted to just provide some highlights of the funding formula study. Your directions for this hearing requested a summary of those changes, and so I'd like to take a few moments to review those recommendations of the NSHE funding formula work and how they have been included in the governor's recommended, a portion of them. As many of you will recall, in the 2023 legislative session, under Senate Assembly Bill 493, $2 million was appropriated for a study of the NSHE funding formula. At that time, it had been about a decade since the last formula study was done by the legislature. AB 493 was a little bit unique in that it provided those funds to the system to complete that study. And in the past, those studies had been done by the legislature. So I really want to thank those legislators and all those folks that participated in that process. It was a lot of time and a lot of work, and so we thank you so much. So when I entered into the role of interim chancellor in September of 2023, one of my first tasks was to begin that study of the formula. This slide notes the charge that was put place by the study committee. And again, that committee was representing 14 voting members, including 4 regents, 4 legislators, 4 members appointed by the governor, one of whom was the committee's chairman, and that was retired Justice James Hardesty, 2 community representatives, and I served as vice chair. In addition to the voting members, the committee included 7 non-voting members that served in an advisory capacity, representing our presidents, business officers, students, faculty, our classified staff, and a representative from the governor's finance office. The work of the committee was supported by an external consultant, HCM strategist, and as recommended by the consultant, the committee ultimately recommended what is referred to as nationally as a balanced approach to funding allocations. The primary difference between the old funding formula and the new formula recommended by the committee and included in the governor's recommended budget is an allocation of state funds that considers attributes in addition to the weighted student credit hour. Weighted student credit hours, or what we call WSCH, is a term that you will see several times in the rest of this presentation today. It is essentially a measure of successful course completions of a student's progress. This balanced approach, however, allocates funds not only based on the WSCH or weighted student credit hours, but also adds into that additional factors, which includes student attributes, recognizing that many of our students are part-time, they are low income, and also agreed upon outcomes replacing what you may know as the performance pool of the old formula. Now, why is the balanced approach an important improvement over the old funding formula? This slide shows the impact of the old formula that has provided support for our four-year institutions, recognizing the importance of research in the O&M carve-out that you will hear more about shortly, and an additional 10% weight in the weighted student credit hours for our universities. You can see that the public appropriations per FTE for the four-year institutions is close to the national average, but it is showing a decline over time. However, our community colleges, who serve a majority part-time students, often that are low income, have not fared as well, falling below the national average for public appropriations per FTE. What you will hear in the overview of the governor's recommended budget is also a recognition of the importance of our university's R1 research status, with the phased approach recommended to implement the new formula that will effectively provide additional supports to the community colleges and Nevada State without a direct offset to the universities. On this next slide, I also want to add that as part of the formula recommendations included is that we have two institutions that have what we consider our small institution factor, and that is Great Basin and Western Nevada College, and a continued recognition of the research mission of our universities. Specifically, the small institution factor is a set-aside that occurs before the formula is run, allocating additional funding for Great Basin College and Western Nevada College based on a separate calculation that recognizes the importance of funding a fixed overhead cost for the small institutions. The research O&M addresses the higher cost of dedicated research space for the universities with a similar funding set aside. And again, these two items are maintained in the formula that is recommended in the governor's recommended and also from the committee. Next, the formula, I'm going to show a little bit about the small institution factor. And the formula study recommended that the small institution factor also be increased from $30 to $40 per credit hour, and that threshold for the small institution factor be increased from 100,000 to 125,000 weighted student credit hours. You will hear more on this topic from CFO Vitone shortly when he reviews the governor's recommended budget and how the phasing of the new formula looks. This next slide is a side-by-side comparison of the difference in the allocation methodology of the old formula to the current funding formula and the newer recommended. The old formula allocated all of the state appropriation to the teaching institutions based primarily on weighted student credit hours after those set-asides for the small institution and the small institution factor and research O&M. Once those funds were allocated based on weighted student credit hours, 20% was then set aside from each institution's allocation to fund the performance pool. I won't get into the performance pool here. I can say that it's complicated and was not a very popular topic as we have had conversations. But other than to say that the study committee and the institutions all strongly oppose the performance pool carve-out that effectively required institutions to earn back 20% of their state appropriations once through the SCH and a second time through the performance metrics. The new formula allocates 75% of the state appropriation based on the weighted student credit hour, 10% on those student attributes, which I shared, low income, full-time, and part-time, for example, and 15% on performance outcomes. Accountability is very important, and so we still maintain that. But that last 15% basically replaces the old performance pool. And the new formula also, although not clearly noted on this slide, still maintains the small institution factor and the research O&M. This is a quick summary of what running the new funding formula looks like with the updated factors and drivers. Well, you can see that it effectively shifts funding from the universities to Nevada State University and the colleges. The governor recommends and supports our approach that we do not harm the universities in that important research mission, but effectively recognizing the importance of maintaining the R1 status and a phased approach of funding the shift to Nevada State and the community colleges. And CFO Vitone is going to give much more details in just a moment. One of the next steps that the Higher Education Funding Committee recommended was also for the chancellor to begin an adequacy study immediately. So finally, before I go or we move on to the governor's recommended, I want to just highlight this one section. And this is that the committee recommended an adequacy study that would determine the funding level necessary to fulfill the NCHE mission at its highest quality level. That is particularly important given the access mission of our community colleges and given their enrollment declines. Despite significant improvements in our student outcomes incentivized by the old formula, we still have much more work to do. This adequacy study will also take a look at our student fees as well and that contribution. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to CFO Vitone, who will provide an overview of the governor's recommended NCHE budget.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chairs, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Chris Vitone. I'm the Vice Chancellor for Budget and Finance and the Chief Financial Officer of the system. And it's my pleasure to give an overview today of NCHE's Governor's recommended budget for the 25-27 biennium. Starting on slide 27, this is a summary of the system's revenues that are included in the state budget. NCHE receives state appropriations in 29 budget accounts that include the formula budgets for the system's 7 instructional campuses, and then also law, medical, and dental school budgets, the Desert Research Institute, and other non-formula appropriations, including the Agriculture Experiment Station, Cooperative Extension, statewide programs, business centers, and system administration. As you can see from this slide, in addition to state appropriation, the system budget includes other revenues consisting primarily of student registration fees and non-resident tuition, but also includes federal revenue in the Agriculture Experiment Station and Cooperative Extension budgets and other minor revenues. In the next few slides, I'll cover the maintenance and enhancement decision units that account for the increase that you see from the fiscal year 25 legislatively approved budgets to the FY 26 and 27 governor's recommended budgets. Slide 28 summarizes those maintenance and enhancement adjustments that account for the large increase from FY 25 to FY 26 and 27 in the governor's recommended budget. Starting with this summary, you can see there's included an adjustment for utility inflation, several adjustments for caseload growth, and I'll go through each of these in detail in the next few slides. An adjustment for the statewide fringe benefit rate adjustments, such as PERS and the Public Employee Benefit Program, and enhancements included to request additional funding to maintain the 2023 authorized cost of living adjustments and funding to phase in the implementation of the new formula that the Chancellor discussed in the last section of the presentation. I'll cover each of these decision units in more detail in the next slides, starting with maintenance, followed by the enhancements. Slide 29 is our maintenance decision unit M104, which is agency-specific utility inflation. This adjustment reflects the actual difference between our fiscal year 24 utility expenses and the budgeted utility expenses that were incurred in the system. Our institutions noted the rise in utility costs fairly early in the biennium, and through conversations with colleagues statewide, we realized this was a common concern. And we appreciate the recognition of this issue in the governor's recommended budget for the system. Slide 30 starts the first of a few slides that cover 5 maintenance adjustments associated with the system's caseload growth, the growth in the student activity in the system's formula instruction budget accounts. These caseload adjustments are based on the components of the funding formula that's been in place since 2013. On this slide, you'll see maintenance decision unit M200, which covers the set aside for the 2 research universities, referred to as the research O&M set aside or operation and maintenance set aside. This set aside is intended to recognize the higher cost of maintenance on dedicated research space and the fact that the current formula, which distributes the appropriations on the basis of completed weighted student credit hours, those weighted student credit hours are not generated in the dedicated research space because those are research space rather than instructional space. So the research O&M set aside is intended to recognize that need on the research space. This adjustment M200 is calculated in a manner consistent with the prior approach in prior iterations of the formula, using actual operation and maintenance expense incurred at the 2 research universities, their actual maintained square footage, and their actual maintained square footage in dedicated research space. In developing the adjustments for the current cycle of the current biennium, we noted in developing these calculations that neither the formula budgets or the non-formula budgets addressed dedicated research space in accounts or in space that was not part of the formula budgets. And so you'll see a second decision unit here for maintenance 202 that is applying the same logic, the same adjustment to dedicated research space in non-formula budget accounts. And particularly this is UNR's medical school, ag experiment station, and cooperative extension. It is not this approach was looked at consistently at both research institutions. UNLV does not have dedicated research space that's outside their formula accounts, so that's the only reason there's only an adjustment there for UNR. But this is simply to recognize the same purpose of the formula adjustment for dedicated research space on that non-formula dedicated research space. And it was calculated using the same approach of actual expenses and actual space in those facilities. Slide 31 is the maintenance adjustment related to the small institution factor for Great Basin in Western Nevada that the Chancellor explained in the prior section of the presentation. This adjustment is the current formula approach using the 100,000 weighted student credit hour threshold and the $30 per weighted student credit hour value that's been in place since 2013. This is measured each year using the even year enrollment data, the even year weighted student credit hours, the same basis we use for the primary caseload adjustment being those overall weighted student credit hours, which we'll get to in the next slide. This is the first cycle where Western Nevada has risen above the $100,000 threshold, and so you can see that their small institution factor falls to 0. This was something that was anticipated at the time that the formula committee was reviewing the formula and discussing this budget adjustment, and that drove concern regarding the elimination of this for Western Nevada, given that the that the campus is still a small institution and it still has the same need to fund a fixed cost that is challenging to fund when the entire allocation is based on weighted student credit hour completions. And so you'll see in the enhancements, as the Chancellor mentioned, an adjustment recommended for the small institution factor that we'll get to later. Slide 32 is the system's primary caseload adjustment related to those weighted student credit hour completions. And I know we've been using that term a lot, and I know you're probably familiar with it, but to give a little quick overview on weighted student credit hours, resident students completing courses receive credit hour credit for those courses. Those credit hours are then classified using a classification of instructional program groups, or you might hear the term SIP codes. Those categories are then a weight is applied to them that recognizes the difference in the cost of instruction based on the different types of the academic program. So, for example, the cost of teaching an English class is understandably different than the cost of teaching an engineering class, and undergraduate programs versus graduate programs similarly require different costs. So those weightings are to recognize those differences in costs. In addition to just the SIP code classifications, the two research universities also receive a 10% additional weight on the upper division courses in the research universities to recognize the higher cost inherent in delivering instruction at the research campuses. So the figures on this slide are the system has in the current iteration of the formula used the weighted student credit hour completions as the basis for the caseload, and we do this on a look back basis. So in our current budget, the caseload adjustment is based on the actual completions for academic year ending June 2024. And that is compared to the weighted student credit hours that were completed in the academic year ending June 30th, 2022, the last time the formula was reviewed for the last session's biennial budgets. In this cycle, that results in an increase of 131,333 weighted student credit hours, a little over 4%. In comparison, for comparison purposes, you might recall in the last iteration that included that dip in enrollment that was shown in the earlier slide related to the annual enrollment. And so in the last session, this looked quite different. There was a decline of over 90,000 weighted student credit hours, or a decline of 3%. So in this iteration, you're seeing an increase that represents the recovery of that enrollment between 22 and 24 after the decline in 2022. So again, a little more detail on the calculation. The funding, you'll see the decision unit M203, that represents the caseload adjustment that is derived using the same approach that has historically been taken in applying the formula in prior sessions. As you might recall, the budget closing for the system last session stopped short of actually using the weighted student credit hour value as a basis for reallocating the budgets among the institutions. And so as a result, there was not actually a calculated value from the legislature at the end of last session. But following the direction from the legislature in closing the budget, the system did calculate a weighted student credit hour value that followed the same approach taken had the legislature closed the budget using weighted student credit hour distribution. That calculation is what you see in M203. In preparing the adjustment for this session, though, we noted that the prior method to calculate the weighted student credit hour value was performed prior to legislatively approved cost of living adjustments. And so the appropriations used to derive that per credit hour value did not reflect the cost of living adjustments approved by the legislature in that same budget cycle. And so in working with the governor's finance staff, we discussed the impact of that on the calculation. And what you see in M204 is an adjustment, an additional maintenance adjustment that represents the per weighted student credit hour value of the legislatively authorized and funded cost of living adjustments in those instructional budgets that are part of this same weighted student credit hour population. So this represents the fully loaded FY25 legislatively approved appropriations and the FY22 weighted student credit hours that would derive the overall per credit hour value. And so the combined M203 and M204 maintenance adjustments represent that caseload adjustment for course completions that occurred in FY24. I know that was a lot, and you may have some questions that we'll get to when I get through the rest. So. Moving on from the maintenance adjustments, I'd like to start with our system's most important enhancement for ongoing additional funding in support of the cost of living adjustments authorized by the 23 legislature for FY24 and 25. I want to start with a thank you to the legislature for those cost of living adjustments, for authorizing those adjustments and providing the funding that was provided in the session. Those adjustments have been very important to the system, and they've been very effective in helping address recruitment and retention and the employee's ability to maintain cost of living. Nonetheless, I think you may be aware that the approach taken in funding the cost of living adjustments for the system used the overall proportional state appropriation to the entire state budget for the system. So going back to the revenue slides in the system, that the cost of living adjustment was funded for the state appropriation portion, but not the balance of the state budget. That led to the system having to cover approximately 34.1% of the cost of living adjustments. And for FY25, the ongoing cost for that translates to about $62.7 million annually. We appreciate that the legislature allowed the regions, the Board of Regents, to the authority to approve the cost of living adjustments up to the rates authorized by the legislature for all state workers, for the system staff and faculty. In doing so, the regions considered alternatives to address the 34.1% system portion necessary to cover the ongoing cost. With overwhelming support from the students, faculty, and staff, the regents at their December 2023 quarterly meeting adopted a three-part strategy that included approving the full rate of the fiscal year 25 cost of living adjustments, but delaying the implementation for system faculty and staff from July 1st, 2024 to October 1st, 2024. They also implemented a 5% increase in student fees specifically to fund the cost of living adjustment, again, with overwhelming support by the students for that purpose. And then the campuses had to absorb the balance and did so through a combination of freezing positions in their state operating budgets and other budget adjustments to balance the difference. That three-pronged approach covered the system's 34.1% for fiscal year 25, funding approximately $19.3 million through the delayed implementation, another $16.2 million through the 5% fee increase, and the ongoing $27.2 million was covered in FY25, again through position freezes and other budget adjustments. This enhancement request provides the funding necessary to approximately replace the portion that resulted in position freezes and budget adjustments on behalf of those campuses, while the campuses continue to absorb the 19.3 million portion resulting from the delay in the implementation. We are aware of the significance of this request, and we're grateful again for the support we received by including this item in the governor's executive budget. We felt this request reflects a balanced interest of providing NC faculty and staff with the same cost of living adjustments that were provided to all state workers in the last session in these fiscal years, while sharing the cost among the state, students, and the institutions. Again, these cost of living adjustments have been very helpful with regard to staff recruitment and retention, and we're very grateful for the support we received from the legislature in the last session, and we respectfully request your consideration of this enhancement to be able to support the ongoing cost of those cost of living adjustments. Moving on to slide 34, as the Chancellor hinted earlier, included in the enhancement requests is a recommendation to phase in components of the new funding formula, recommendations from the funding committee. The approach taken in the governor's recommended budget is to implement approximately 20% of the calculated allocations to the community colleges in Nevada State University, while doing so without an offset to the research universities. And I think you'll see why on the slide that supports that recommendation. And then again, in fiscal year 27, the same approach with 40% of the cost being phased in. Before we get to the allocation-based adjustment, the small institution factor adjustment that we've discussed previously is demonstrated here on slide 35. We've talked about the 100,000 weighted student credit hour threshold in the prior formula. In recognition of Western Nevada's rise above 100,000 and loss of small institution factor, the committee considered alternative thresholds to recognize that Western was still, in fact, a small institution and still suffered from the challenge of the economy of scale or diseconomy of scale to fund fixed costs. And so the committee looked at alternatives and settled on a threshold of 125,000 weighted student credit hours. And then the other factor that was a concern was the per weighted student credit hour value that had not changed since 2013, not recognizing inflation over that time. And the committee recommended raising that per credit hour rate to $40 per credit hour, which is not arbitrary. That's actually what you arrive at if you apply the higher ed pricing index inflation from 2013 to 2025, and then recommended applying higher ed price index inflation factor to the fiscal years following, which is mirrors the approach taken by the system in setting registration fees for students in the board's predictable pricing model, which publishes the system's student fee, student registration fee, and non-resident tuition rates out 4 years at time of application so that students have a predictable expectation of their registration fees and tuition. And so you see on this slide the impact of that calculation as the enhancement decision unit E145. The final column demonstrates what is included in the recommended budget, which is 20% of the calculated adjustment in year one of the biennium and 40% in year two of the biennium. The full impact had the full adjustment to the small institution factor that was recommended been implemented in the first year. That's what's in the change column that precedes that final column, that is the reduced 20 and 40%. Slide 36, as the Chancellor discussed earlier, the Formula Committee's recommendation for the distribution component of the formula revised the allocation from being based solely on weighted student credit hours to also having a component that focused on student headcounts in addition, to recognize that there are student support services and other needs for low-income students that are not variable and that are not represented adequately in a weighted student credit hour distribution model. And as noted on the slide with the per FTE funding, that impact is primarily more noticeable on the two-year institutions where their enrollment tends to be more part-time, resulting in a higher headcount to FTE ratio. While the committee approved the balanced approach recommendation that incorporates the student-based funding and replaces the performance pool carve-out with a performance-based upfront distribution, in recognition of the impacts of the prior formula on the community colleges, We also heard loud and clear concerns about the impact of redistributing base budget funds away from the two research institutions, away from the two research universities. And you can see on this slide in the first two columns, this demonstrates the impact of running the allocation model that incorporates the student attribute, student headcount, and reduces the weighted student credit hour distribution. This demonstrates the impact that would have on if it was done in a way that reallocated the existing base without new funding. That would result in a $20 and a $22 million reduction to the two research universities in order to fund the allocations to the two-year institutions in Nevada State University. As a result, the system recommended and the governor's office supported the request to, rather than offset and reduce the universities, but fund the two-year institutions and Nevada State using the methodology derived from the formula, but applying a phase-in approach of only 20% in year one and 40% in year two, resulting in an enhancement request for this biennium of $12.9 million. And that covers the maintenance and enhancement units for the system's recommended budget. Moving into slide 37, we have a couple one-shot appropriations to discuss. Slide 37 is a one-shot appropriation for safety and security funding. Governor's recommended budget includes $11 million in one-shot funds to support equipment, infrastructure, and technology investments in campus safety and security. While the need for this investment is understandably felt most strongly for the UNLV community following the tragic incident in December 2023, we're working in collaboration across the system to ensure that all our institutions are focused on campus safety, leveraging the resources of the Northern and Southern University police commands and our campus colleagues. I would note that this funding request is not to suggest campuses have delayed any making investments in safety, but this request is to allow the campuses to accelerate those investments. Slide 38, we also have a one-shot appropriation, the recommendation to continue the nursing expansion funds initially approved in the 23 session for fiscal years 24 and 25. The governor's recommended budget includes $10 million per year to continue that investment. As highlighted earlier in the chancellor's presentation, the system has been very successful in the goal of producing new nurse graduates for the state of Nevada. And the nursing expansion funds authorized last session have been invested in expanding those programs at all 7 of our institutions in their nursing programs. I'd highlight that while the campuses started making these investments and expanding their programs immediately following the close of the last session, that investment does take time to implement those new programs and recruit the staff to deliver that instruction. And so we're not seeing the initial new enrollment and graduates until we're getting into the spring, starting the spring 24, but more heavily in the fall 2024. So our fiscal year 24 credit hours, which are the basis of the caseload and other adjustments that we talked about earlier, don't yet reflect those enrollments, but those enrollments have started up, and we do have those enrollments in the pipeline to lead to new graduates in this coming biennium. And with that, I've reached the end of our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Chancellor. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Certainly, Madam Chairs, want to thank you and the entire committee for this time today. We recognize that the needs are great across our state. The demands on the budget are extensive, and we thank you for the opportunity and your consideration of what we have brought forward today. We know that we will get into much greater detail as the beginning of the session comes forward. We're already working with your staff on a number of questions that were presented to us. And so we look forward to our continued conversation. As I mentioned, we do also have representatives from each of the institutions that are here, should you have any direct questions of them. And with that, we look forward to responding to any questions that you might have for us today. And again, thank you so much. I would be also remiss if I didn't thank the members of the Interim Finance Committee for their support of NCHE and in particular for UNLV following the tragic events of December 6th. Your appropriation made a big difference to the actual safety on that campus, and we continue to be steadfast dedicated to ensuring all of our campuses are open, accessible, but safe. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And we do have some questions. Senator Neal, did you have a question, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 13 for the NCHE adequacy study, it had student support services as one of the components. Is there somewhere in this budget where we're funding, where is student support services funded?
Thank you for the question, Chris Fatone, for the record. Each of the instructional institutions do fund student services from their state operating budgets. They also have some support services they're funding through other fees, but they are allocating it from their existing base budgets, and I'm not sure how much.
Well, I'm just trying to, because I want to know, like, we've talked about caseload, but I guess I'm interested offline, the pie that's going to show what's paying for student services and instruction.
Certainly. For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. Senator Neal, yes, we can provide that information of the allocation of the state-supported operating budget that each institution has dedicated to student services. And then in addition, as we highlighted, part of the recommendation of the Higher Education Funding Committee was specifically to look at those institutions, and it's the community colleges and the state college in particular, with very high part-time attendance rates, as well as some of the other student attributes. So we'd be happy to provide that information to follow of the percentage of the budget that is allocated to those areas.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Hadeghi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a couple questions, if that's okay. Okay, my first question is on slide 27. I just need a quick explanation. I know we received some information on our notes, but I was hoping you could just explain it to me. The other revenue, the legislatively approved in fiscal year 2025 was 1.7 million, and then it's shooting up to over 29 million in fiscal year 26 and 27. And we received information saying that it was academic support payments from Renown within UNR School of Medicine. Could you explain what that is to us?
Thank you again, Chris Fatone, for the record. The University of Nevada in Reno Medical School has affiliate agreements with clinical partners that provide support to the academic programs. So that's revenue that's being returned to the state operating budget for the UNR Medical School in order to support the academic programs. There was that allocation, or those revenue contracts were increased in fiscal year 24 and 25, and you've actually this budget reflects the legislatively authorized budget in 2023. However, those contracts and the revenue you're seeing in 26 and 27 are actually consistent with those items that have come to the Interim Finance Committee for both fiscal year 24 and 25.
Does UNLV have these same academic support agreements, the UNLV School of Medicine?
The UNLV School of Medicine does have similar support agreements. There's a difference in scale between the northern schools programs and the southern schools programs, and it has to do with their clinical partners and where some of that revenue is directed. Where the clinical partner in Southern Nevada is the University Medical Center of Southern Nevada, and because of the difference, some of these the support agreements are different for the different sizes and the different purposes. So.
I do have a couple more questions. My second question is going to be on the one-shot recommendation for the nursing expansion. I know there's a request for $10 million annually for the expansion of the nursing program. My colleague carried Senate Bill 375 to help with the nursing seat expansion, but I also carried a bill to remove the restriction to help with the nursing seat expansion. And she was capped at 8 students per nursing teacher, and we removed that limit last session to allow classes to go up to 12 students per nursing teacher. Has NSHE taken advantage of that? Have you guys been able to increase nursing seats using that still?
For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor of Nevada System of Higher Education. I may need to ask one of the institutions to respond to that. I would like to actually ask President Donnelly from Great Basin College, who actually happens to be a nurse as well, and that's her field. So if I could just ask her to come to the table and answer that question.
Please, and I'm trying to see you through heads. Please go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Certainly, for the record, Dr. Amber Donnelly, President at Great Basin College. I would just attest to the fact that even though you increase that number to 12, there are several times in different cases in different clinical settings where that's not really appropriate. And the level of care that one faculty would have in not only taking on those patients, but also 12 nursing students at one time could potentially put a patient at risk. And so it's not a guarantee that it's always a 1 to 12. And each one of the nursing programs is unique and different. And so capacity clearly in places like rural Nevada doesn't necessarily mean that there are 12 patients to care for at the Northeastern Nevada Regional Hospital. Or at Humboldt General Hospital in Winnemucca. If you look at the urban areas, it could just be the relation of how many nursing faculty you have, what kind of environment it is. It could be critical care. You're not going to want 12 students just because you increase the ratio. So there's a lot of different components that go into that. It does allow for us in different settings like simulation to kind of increase those changes, and we can work in a safe environment. But there's a lot going into that rather than just saying that 1 to 12 and being consistent about it. Thank you.
Thank you. And one last question, Madam Chair. It's kind of a question with a statement.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is for NSHE. Can you let me know, are 100% of your full-time employees 100% general fund funded?
Certainly. I'm going to ask Chief Financial Officer Baton to answer that question. It can be complicated because of our different budget appropriations.
Again, Chris Fatone for the record. Thank you for the question. Very simple answer, no. 100% of the system's employees are not state general fund funded. The state operating budgets that are what are summarized in here include those employees that are funded off of these budgets. The system does have budgets, grant activities, other activities that are funded outside the state supported operating budget. So they are not all 100%. This is, I would say, roughly approximately half of the full-time faculty and staff that are funded through the state supported operating budget. So the system is covering more employees outside the budget as well.
Okay, so about 50% you said are general fund funded. Okay, and then just one quick comment, Madam Chair.
State supported, including the fees that are in these budgets.
Okay.
It would be best if I take that as a follow-up. Just to the 50% is a pretty rough estimate. So I'd be happy to provide the details in terms of the number of positions funded out of state funds versus non-state funds.
Okay, that would be great if you could send us the information. And just one quick comment, just because I was looking at the increase in the COLAs that were requested, and other state agencies are required, they're required to let us know how their full-time employees are funded. And that's because if a state, agency has an employee or staff that's 25% federally funded and 75% general fund funded, then we only give them 80% of the 75% for the COLA, and we don't give them 80% of the 100% because 25% is funded by the federal, it's federally funded, right? And NSHE has indicated to us, the legislature, that you cannot let us know
how your full-time employees are funded. And so you just want us to fund 100% of your employees as if they were 100% general fund funded, and that's why the increase to 80%. But I just don't think that's fair to the other state agencies who are required to tell us how their employees are funded, and we are essentially would be funding them less than what we would be giving NSHE for their COLAs. And when we're dealing, this upcoming legislative session with a budget that was sent to us that is structurally deficient, and so we're looking at these budgets with a fine-tooth comb. I mean, even after Monday with the budget amendments, the GFO let us know that we are still going to be $85 million deficient. And so I just don't think it's fair that if you can't tell us exactly how 100% of your full-time employees are funded, that we are just to assume and treat them like they are 100% general fund funded when we don't treat every other state agency that way. So.
Certainly, just for the record and a follow-up, we will get, again, for the Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education, we can provide additional information. The enhancement request that you have before you is for those state-supported budgets. So, for example, if this is Desert Research Institution, they have a number of positions that are 100% solely funded from federal grants. That number and that cost is not borne in the enhancement that you have before you today. So we'd be happy to provide the breakdown of that information, FTEs, the amount of money, and then also the positions that are absorbing all of that COLA cost of living outside, which is not a part of our request. So I want to clarify that. And we absolutely will be transparent with you about the information that you're asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It's good to see you, Chancellor. We're really fortunate to have you here. So I have a couple questions. So you went through in the items the funding for campus safety and security. We heard in some of the public comment, and I believe also saw in the system's original proposal that the amount that's in the executive budget is less than what was requested. So my question is, what's going to be cut from the original request in order to meet the amount in the governor's recommended budget?
Certainly. For the record, Patty Charlton. Thank you for that question. Yes, our original request was significantly larger, more in the tune of the $40 to $50 million range. We will work closely with the institutions, their representatives, and to use the funds that we have available. The needs are deep. I will be honest, and it is a very high priority. We've also established a Chancellor's Public Safety Council that will continue to meet and to prioritize those needs. We also leverage resources as best we can, but I will tell you, we will be back to ask. We just have to for the betterment of our students, our community, and our campuses.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds like it's something that you're still working through, and so we look forward to getting some additional information as we move forward. My other question was about the CIP. I know that the system also had several potential projects and prioritized those for consideration. And I did not see those in the slide presentation, so I just wanted to confirm that I think there are some kind of maintenance related, but it doesn't look like there are any new capital projects included in the governor's recommended budget for any of the institutions. Is that correct?
Certainly. So for the record, Patty Charlton, we did receive the HECSHEC recommended amount that we typically get historically through the budget. We do have a significant list of capital projects, including maintenance, including planning funding, and one construction item. We would be happy to bring forward the entire deck of those requests to you. But yes, it was we did not receive any consideration from the governor's recommended budget for what I would say is very critical maintenance projects for our institutions, planning projects. We didn't have any of that. And one thing we know is that the longer that these requests go on, the constant is the increased cost for planning, design, and construction.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm always happy to listen to what NCHI has to say. 3 generations of my family, myself included, have degrees from the University of Nevada, so it's always good to see you folks here, all of you. I have a number of questions, actually, starting on page 8. So on page 8, you have the head count and the enrollment that is going down. Over the many years I've sat on these committees, we have increased slots for students, and we have expanded programs, and we have expanded universities. And I'm looking at, we have more slots, but less enrollment. Do you have any idea how many of our potential slots for students are going unfilled?
So as for the record, Patty Charlton, thank you for that question. I will say that with the pandemic, that had a significant impact on all of our institutions and really the impact on students in particular. Our institutions are making huge grounds very fast. And if you look at the difference between fall of 23 to fall of 24, you see a significant growth. And I would also add, and I know that for example, President Kyle Dalpy is here, who realized significant increases in his enrollment. All of the institutions are experiencing growth, and so we are maintaining. I will tell you that one of the things that we have happened, and I think that Chris Fatone highlighted this, is one of the things that we had to do during this current biennium, and each of the institutions is here, and any of the presidents can respond. We had to freeze faculty positions, and so with freezing positions, there's less course offerings that we can do to support the budget that we realize. So we did freeze positions both in FY24 and in the current year to fund those very much needed and very appreciated cost of living awards, but that has had an impact as well. So the institutions are increasing enrollment across the board. There's a great story, and the best people to tell that really is the presidents. And so if you don't mind, I'd love to ask President Dalpy to come forward and just share what that meant to his institution to see such historical growth that he realized last fiscal year.
Thank you, President Dalpy. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi, thank you, Kyle Dalpy, Western Nevada College President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. When you look at the enrollment increases on the weighted student credit hours, that represents a nearly 20% increase at Western Nevada College since fall of 22. So 22 to 23, we went up 17%. We compounded that with a couple more percentage points from 23 to 24. A significant amount of that enrollment is in our dual enrollment program with the high schools. We serve 9 county high schools in partnerships with the counties. And we have a large growth of dual enrollment students. I do think that creates a pipeline to our programs if they don't finish the associate degree in the college, but it also creates a pipeline to our 4-year institutions as well, because I have a number of students who we've handed 2-year degrees to before they finish high school and they graduated from Western. They don't come to our campus anymore, but they'll go to UNR up the road into Reno. So we've seen significant growth, and that's how we've had to manage it, but it is a lot of the high school students.
Follow-up questions, Madam Chair? So thank you for being at the table, because my next question actually is on page 11 and 12, and I'm looking at university graduation rates. And I'm going to commend you, sir, for WNC's significant percent graduation rate in 3 years of students on the list that we have on page 12. Great Basin's doing well, so that's important. My question revolves around university 4-year degrees, and whether that figure, because it was clearly stated in the community college that that's over a 3-year period, what those graduation rates are. But there's not a clear list on what time it takes for those graduation rates with a bachelor's degree. And it doesn't say we're over in 4 years I got it done, in 5 years I got it done, it takes 10 years to get it done. Do you have anything to that?
Certainly, for the record, Patty Charlton. And so those graduation rates are determined by 150% of the type of degree. So, for example, a bachelor's degree is 6 years, and for an associate's, it would be 150% of that, a normal 2-year degree to 3 to 4. So we can certainly provide all of that information. Actually, all of our community colleges also offer bachelor's degrees, and so that does impact the graduation rate. So we'd be happy to provide follow-up specifics and definitions regarding the cohort and how the graduations rates are calculated. And what's not included in that is the number of students that transfer. We have a very high success rate in transfer students as well. Some students get just to that finish line at a community college and they're already anxious to go either to UNR, UNLV, or Nevada State, so they may not actually get their credential, but we still measure that as a success. And we continue to monitor and track that data of the transfers over to the universities as well.
So along that same line, if I might, Madam Chair, you mentioned transfers. Are 100% of the certificates or degrees and credits that are earned within our university system transferred to the other schools within our university system?
This may not be the right answer that you want to hear. It depends. And so we have workforce degrees, for example, that are not transferable. It may be a welding course and there's not a corresponding course for them to go to at a university. We do have transfer ombuds within the system office. We have transfer agreements between our community colleges and our universities, but not 100% of the credits. And part of that is the alignment, and part of it is also the program of study that a student has taken. So we can provide much more comprehensive information on that because, again, it'll depend on the type of program that they are taking.
Well, years ago, during the hearings, we were talking about stackable credits. When folks were working within the community college systems, whether they're online or however, we wanted to make sure that those credits were stackable so that student could indeed, maybe they don't have that welding class, but they got so many credits for that. So that credit counted towards when they did enroll in a four-year program. Is that not happening?
That does happen. And again, we can get you specific examples of those stackable credentials where you can go from a skills certificate to a certificate of achievement to an associate's degree all the way up, because those milestones matter. And that's important for the student. It's important when they're going into the workforce as they're going through their higher education. So we would be happy to give you an inventory of what that looks like for our programs. It's great work that our colleges have done with the universities.
And final question might be a little tougher here for you. You mentioned multiple times, both of you mentioned multiple times, the increased cost of doing research. On page 24, you have the formula for impact of research and areas needed for research. And then, or square feet, I'm sorry, it's on page 30, that UNLV and UNR receive some funding, dedicated research space square footage. What percent, and maybe you don't have that number, much of the research, or many times research is funded by grants, outside sources, companies that are asking you to do certain things. And I'm wondering, do you have a figure on how much the research is either supplemented or supplanted via outside funding? And I see nothing in your presentation about any of that funding.
For the record, Patty Charlton, we certainly can get that information for you, but to talk about the scope of the research and the types of partnerships, I think either President Sandoval or President Acharya might be the best people to just give a perspective, but we will get for you the information on the proportion and the percentages. So if I could ask President Sandoval to come forward and President Acharya.
Thank you, because I certainly don't want the research for these industries to be carried on the backs of our students.
Madam Chair, if I may, to Brian Sandoval, President of the University of Nevada in Reno, to the Senator, we'll get you those figures, but I can assure you we do not subsidize third parties on the backs of students.
I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Yes. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Governor Sandoval, or President Sandoval.
And if we could ask President Acharya to come forward, because they do not actually have students not the traditional students. So.
Good morning. Kabir Acharya, President of DRI. Since DRI is a unique and different beast here, our case is very appealing. We get about roughly 15 to 17% of our funding from the state, and 80+% of our funding comes from grants and contracts. We have over 600 faculty and staff. I'd say about 54 positions are funded by the state. Rest all are funded by grants and contracts.
Great, thank you. And I think Majority Leader, that is some of her questioning about how these positions are funded. So I think we need to have that stuff's clear to us. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I do apologize. I think President Whitfield would like to add some comments as well. I hope that's okay, Chair.
It is, because he's from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Yes, Keith Whitfield, president of UNLV. Excuse me. Let me add to what my colleagues have said. You know, there's another component to this to understand of what the benefit of generating research is. It's not for the research itself, but actually getting those grants and contracts typically come with indirect cost recovery, IDCR. And what we do is take that money. That money is meant to, and my most relevant experiences with the federal government, those dollars are actually meant to cover things like keeping the lights on, for you will write into a grant actually positions and things. And so I think there was an earlier question about the funding of even positions, and some of those positions are funded through research. And so I think that that's something that's going to be a follow-up to kind of show that's one other source of the manpower that we actually have at our universities. And just to keep in mind too, that research actually influences our students. Our students get an opportunity to be able to be supported from them. For example, our graduate students, many times in grants, they are actually written into them. And so that's the other level of complexity I think that Vice Chancellor Fatone is going to be able to share with you. But I just wanted to add in that piece about the indirect cost recovery. Depends on the institution, but if you, I don't want to say it wrong because I think it's slightly different, because it's a contractual agreement that we make with the government about what that rate is. I would believe that UNR and UNLVs are probably pretty close. I want to guess that it's maybe 60. I would hope that it's as high as 62, but I think it's maybe 57 and percent. And that's the total percent of an individual grant award. And so those dollars institutionally go towards supporting the activities of research.
And thank you for all of your presentations and all of those comments. And I am not against research. As a matter of fact, going to schools here, it's important that the research was being held, and I benefited from it as a student myself. But I think it's really important when we're talking about budget, we see a whole budget, and that's such a major component. And I know we're at the 40,000 foot view here. However, when you get into those subcommittees, I think it's really important to look at all resources. And I was just, when you're talking about research space and the cost of research without really then that other component of who else funds that research, I just wanted to make it clear that there's other funding sources that promotes our resource. So and I thank you for answering the questions, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And we will move on to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the presentation. I have two questions. One of them was actually touched upon earlier from one of my colleagues. It has to do with, I guess, the buildings. Because let's admit it, there are some, I'm a proud graduate also of one of the schools. I will not say which one it is, but it's in the north.
Thank you for your courtesy.
But I know that science building that I suffered through a lecture class in the 90s has not changed at all. I want to say it's Fleischman. What is the process that both, I guess, NC as well as possibly even the universities and also our community colleges would go through to try to figure out how to get some more money to help these infrastructures? Because also I had a meeting the other day with TMCC and members of DRI about very similar information. So not having any of that information here is very concerning. What is the process that you go through to try to figure out how to renovate some of these buildings?
Okay, thank you. For the record, Patty Charlton. So first, our institutions do have an allocation of their student fee that goes to what we call capital improvement. And the capital improvement fee is used to maintain, to supplement some of the maintenance issues related to buildings, but it also is to do renovations as necessary. Those funds don't go very far in many cases. Typically, and I know that this body recognizes, we come with a very, very long laundry list of capital needs, and we have been very constrained for a number of years on receiving funds. Each of our institutions leverages every available dollar, either through a student fee, coming forward, pleading. We plead our case to obviously Public Works, to the state, but then also they go after philanthropic dollars. Those are tough to come by. So we rely on every source of funding that we can, but it is not enough. One, we need to sustain the buildings that we have and ensure that they are safe and that they are functional. And then to look at the needs that we have, especially when you get into very specialized areas. And I would say, for example, TMCC has a theater project that, quite frankly, after many years of trying to get funding, they've had to scrape and put pennies together and get external funding to support that. And I know that President Hilgerson, I think, is in Carson City. The life sciences building that is on tap for example, for the University of Nevada, Reno, I think this is the 4th session that they are coming back. They're asking for planning. Both of our universities also come forward with a substantial amount, typically upwards of 50% of a match, to provide the necessary construction and planning for those buildings. And I think all of our presidents can attest to the deep needs that they have for their projects. I'll give an example of Western Nevada. They came forward with one project. It's a $1.5 million project, and it didn't make the priorities of the list. So we will be very, very diligent in hope that we can get your support for those high needs for those campuses.
Thank you so much. So a follow-up very quickly. When was the last time that there's actually been an ADA investigation as to whether or not all of these buildings are in fact compliant? I'm very reluctant to ask that because I'm scared of what some of the answers will be.
No, thank you for the question, Patty Charlton, for the record. I will say that our campuses do look at ADA all the time. That is a top priority. However, I can get the information on the last time a comprehensive analysis was completed, and I'd like to just have time to respond back to you with data on that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and for all of our schools for being here. But more general question, being someone who served on the committee for the past year, learned a lot, and thank you so much for it. I know with the adequacy study that was a big thing that the committee asked for, as well as reviewing the formula more frequently, not just every 10 years. And so my question is really around what is going to happen with the adequacy study? What do you hope to accomplish, knowing that the current, if we were not held harmless, which is in here, our universities would lose money? What are we looking to do with that, and how are you thinking to implement that for the future?
Okay. Thank you, Assemblywoman Mosca. For the record, Patty Charlton. So first, the adequacy study was a priority of the Higher Education Funding Committee. We immediately launched an RFP process, included our institution representatives in that process to evaluate respondents of that study. That is underway right now. We anticipate that it will be completed mid to late spring of 2025. I will tell you, and we know that it was a large ask for us to, one, request through the Board of Regents, but also to be considered before the governor and before this body to ask for additional funding to support our community colleges and the state university. It is essential for the viability of the system. Our universities and the work that they have done to accomplish their R1 status, that is a direct outcome of the work of this legislature, to be honest. And so we want to ensure that we maintain, because we know that the state is dependent on the work that they do. I would come back to the table, to be honest, if we can't get some funding, because this is very difficult for those universities that are already freezing. Actually, all of our institutions are freezing positions vacant, which means that would impact our access. We're also very sensitive to the pricing that we do for students. So to be honest, we would have to come back to this body with a recommendation. I do want to highlight, and I should have noted that in my presentation, very appreciative to the work of the Higher Ed Funding Committee for making that recommendation that we don't leave a funding formula on the shelf, that we continually, if we need to, every biennium, relook at what this looks like and to make recommendations as we need to meet the needs of higher education. So again, I would have to come back to the table with my colleagues to present a solution if that was not something that was afforded to us.
Thank you very much. And we will go to Assemblyman Haven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you all for being here. I'd make a comment about the football programs, but I think we've piled on enough today.
You just have to point out that the cannon is red.
Again, I didn't have to. I do have about 4 pages of questions for you guys, and so I'm not going to dive into that because I think I'd be the one standing between all of us and lunch. But I do look forward to and appreciate the fact that you're willing to be transparent with us and get us the information the majority leader asked for, because I have some questions on that as well. Specifically, how many employees do you have total? And again, how they're funded, like the majority leader had asked for. And I want to touch on slide 33 a little bit, and I want to make sure I understood it correctly on the E685 account. There's $57 million for COLAs, but of that $57 million, if I understood correctly, about $20 million is a repayment of the previous biennium salary increases that you guys already gave. Is that correct?
Chris Fatone, for the record, thank you for the question. This would only be prospective funding to cover the ongoing cost of those cost of living adjustments. So there's no reimbursement request in here. This is just for the positions that are funded in the state operating accounts on a prospective basis.
And then as part of the majority leader's request, you'll be providing us with a breakdown of how that all is going to be distributed through the employees.
Yeah, we can definitely provide the follow-up. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And then going to slide 27, there was the category line item that said other revenue. And I just noted that it was going from 1.7 million to 29.1 million. And so it's a big increase. I just thought I'd ask exactly what that was.
Chris Fatone, for the record. Again, the increase is primarily academic support agreements from clinical affiliate partners under the University of Nevada, Reno's medical school program.
Okay. And my last question, and I'll leave you with this, knowing that you'll probably have to bring us back information on it, is I believe the last audit that was done of INSHE was 2022. And there was a number of findings that were arrived at. And so my question is, and again, I just ask that you bring this back to us, is that were all of those findings addressed? Have they been resolved? Because there was questions of whether or not general fund dollars were used appropriately or not. And so I do think that it is important that we have an understanding if that has been addressed, corrected, and an understanding that some of those things will never happen again.
I'm not sure if that was a question, and I know we can provide some follow-up. I would be happy. I'm sorry, Chris Fatone, for the record, would be happy to confirm that at the follow-up to those audits has been substantially completed and underway immediately following the release of those reports. At the most recent audit subcommittee hearing, they presented an update to those, and I think there were 2 outstanding items at the time, and we've been working to close those. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Assemblywoman Torres Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation and taking the time to meet with us. Probably most people don't know, but I got my start advocating for policy when I was in student government at CSN. And when we were in CSN, one of the things that student government was really proactive about was advocating against the tuition hikes. So I'm wondering, just given the conversation today, if you have the information, this is probably something you'll have to get us at a later time, but over the last couple of years, how much tuition and fees has increased at each institution here in the state of Nevada? And with that, I also wanted to know how universities are leveraging their reserves or endowments or whatever funds that they're receiving in order to prevent those tuition and fee increases. Because I can tell you, as a student who worked full-time and went to school full-time, it's a challenge for working students. And the number one reason that most students aren't going to a college or university is the cost. So I just have a lot of concerns with the tuition increases that I'm seeing today.
Certainly. And for the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education, we'd be happy to bring back to you some history of fee increases and the additional information you asked for about leveraging of other sources. We do have what we call predictable pricing. And so that really gives a student a more consistent manner in which they can expect fee increases do occur. The 5% that was asked for in December of 2023 was a one-off because of the cost of living, and our students advocated really across the board for that because of their concerns about recruitment and retention of faculty, which would directly impact their time to completion as well. And so we'll be bringing back all of that information for you. And then we have also tied our fee increases to what we call the HEPI, which is a Higher Education Price Index, so that it's a meaningful adjustment and not just an arbitrary number. So look forward to bringing that information back to you.
Thank you. And I just want to be clear, while students might have supported it in support of their professors, I do not think that there was any student that supported an actual increase to their tuition, right? Because there's also the cost of living increases for those students. So I just want to know what we are doing as a state and as a community and as institutions to prevent that. So I just want to make sure that we see that that come to fruition, just because I really do feel for those working students. And I think we're going to continue to see less students that are from working families here in the state of Nevada if we continue to increase the cost of tuition.
No, certainly. We are definitely sensitive to the impact on students. And I think our institutions leverage to the point that they can philanthropic dollars also to bring in for financial aid and financial assistance. In fact, a portion of every student registration does go into access, but it still isn't enough. It is a decision that students make because of the cost of education. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator Danielle, did you still have a question? Okay, doke. Then we will jump to Senator Buck. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm on slide 10, and I'm looking at the different institutions and the Pell Grant recipients. We're upwards of 31,000, and I know that we had spoken about 3 or 4 months ago about the potential fake student enrollment accounts and potential Pell Grant fraud that was impacting, I know CSN at the time, 10,650 students. I know at that time when we spoke, it was like 7 to 10 million in fraud. So I was just wondering if you can just update us on what's happening with that, how it's impacting the various NSHE institutions, and what is being put in place to fix the issue.
Certainly. For the record, Patty Charlton, Chancellor. Thank you, Senator Buck, for the question. And I will say that one of the challenges that we often have is bad actors performing things that are inappropriate. So I do have representatives from CSN that I would ask to step forward. That was a situation that was unique at that institution. They have also immediately implemented measures to mitigate the impact on what was occurring. And so they did move that forward. They've implemented changes moving forward. And each of our institutions do leverage those kinds of information together. One of the things that we watch for is if we see a sudden spike in enrollment. And there's a very, very meticulous process where institutions go through that. But if I'd like to have CSN come to the table, please.
For the record, I'm Rolando Mosqueda. I'm Chief Financial Officer at the College of Southern Nevada. Senator Buck, the dollar figure that you stated, the $7 to $10 million is accurate. We calculated the total fiscal impact from the ghost student issue, and I can explain a little bit more briefly about what ghost students were. Is about $7.5 million impacting CSM. That amount sits as outstanding student balances on our sheets, which is essentially bad debt. The institution is not prepared to reconcile that amount at this time. We're looking at a multi-year approach and the appropriate funds in order to do that. But we're actively working on that pay down plan, and I'd be glad to come back and share the specifics of how we're going to address that amount. It is significant, and it was unexpected, and it certainly has disrupted some of our plans just in terms of how we're going to be investing some of the revenues that we have. Really quickly, the ghost student issue was a phenomenon that was new to the College of Southern Nevada. And essentially what it boils down to is these were bad actors who used real credentials, social security numbers, addresses, et cetera, in order to enroll in the College of Southern Nevada. As Chancellor Charleston stated, we have implemented several remedial measures in order to prevent that from occurring. And the data that we have right now indicates that those remedial measures have been effective.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that work on that because those are lost dollars. Thank you. Senator Buck, is that it? Thank you. Senator Cannizzaro, I believe you have a question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And mine is more, there's a question, there's also, I think, a comment in this. So first and foremost, thank you for being here. I will not delve into the conversation with my colleague, Madam Chair, over university alliances. I like both of them, but so I can't help myself. So anyway, I think we're looking at a budget that obviously has some pretty significant increases. I think, and this is a larger conversation for some of the subcommittee work and the joint Ways and Means and Fiscal Committees, there are concerns about the allocation for the COLA amounts, because that is not historically how we have done things. It is a significant increase for us and puts some of those positions in a different place than other state agencies, as the Assembly Majority Leader was alluding to. So we are going to have to continue to have those conversations because I do think that that is a concern, certainly for many members of this committee and myself as well. That seeing that when also coupled with increases in tuition and fees for students is also very concerning. And I think we're going to need a lot more information on that because being asked for the state to put in a lot of additional funds and then also saying we're also going to ask students for a lot of funds, like that's something that we have to explain to our constituents and to students, and something that I'm, as a graduate of both the University of Nevada and also UNLV, am very sensitive to and pretty passionate about. I think you all here kind of know that. My question is that, we're looking at a pretty big budget here. This entire week, we've been talking about a budget that was presented to us that has some very serious structural deficits that have to be accommodated, and a litany of other errors in this budget that, as presented to us, is not something that we can simply just pass. We would not be doing our job. And so have you been asked by the governor's office to suggest any potential cuts? And I recognize it's a different situation than with other state agencies, but we are looking at a budget that is going to have to be significantly rewritten and balanced. So have you either been asked for any of that? Have you thought about any of that? And if so, what would those look like?
Certainly, for the record, Patty Charlton, at this time, we have not been contacted by the governor's finance office for any changes. We do recognize that there are challenges with the budget has been presented to you, and we look forward to working with this body and with everyone across the state on what that might look like as we move forward, but we have not been contacted at this time.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your comments. Majority Leader, if the truth be known, we have more Don Darrow graduates from UNR than we do UNLV. I would like to I think that's all the questions that we have. However, I kind of tried to keep track. I don't know if we have any more presidents in the audience or if any of the presidents have a quick comment they would like to make before we go to lunch. If there is anything that words for the wise and somebody wants to come forward, I'm happy to have you do that. I appreciate the presidents being here, and I appreciate the travel that you did to bring your teams here, whether you came across town, which probably took you as long as it was to fly from Reno today. But if not, then who have we got up north?
I think we may have President Hilgersom.
Yay.
North.
Okay, please go ahead, President. Thank you.
Hi, first of all, thank you all for your dedication to public service. These are challenging times, and I really appreciate this. I just have a couple of remarks. One, speaking on behalf of Truckee Meadows Community College, we really are seeing enrollment growth. We're up approximately 10% this year, which is truly amazing, the access that we're providing. But number two, the Capitol continues to concern me. We have partnered with DRI and Nevada State University. We requested $5 million for planning. The facility that we'd love to build together will be home to the only Bachelor of Architecture degree offered by a predominantly two-year college in the country. The accreditors are very excited about this. This is a grand experiment for them. Nevada should be very proud of this program, as I am very proud of the faculty and the staff and the management team who really began this program. They're happy with what they're seeing, and they've shared with us that the only deficit you have is space. You need good space for architecture. Anyway, I just wanted to put a plug in for capital planning, and I also wanted to share with you how exciting it is to be in a state where we can be innovative. This is one of the most innovative programs that I've had the privilege to work with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chancellor, is there anybody else? Do you think, have we?
You know, the only institution that I don't see here with us today is Nevada State University, but I know that they will be there at each of the subcommittee hearings, so do apologize.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure that we did not give somebody a chance to be at the table.
I stand corrected, Chair. Amber Lassiter Lopez is with us, and so if I could just ask her to come forward on behalf of Nevada State University.
Yes, please. Welcome, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Amber Lopez Laster for the record, Chief of Staff with Nevada State University. Chairwoman, thank you. Just want to convey on behalf of President Pollard, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today. As many of you know, Nevada State is the mid-tier institution. We've been here for 22 plus years. Our primary students that we serve include first generation students and diverse students. So thank you again for the opportunity, and we look forward to working with you in the upcoming session.
Thank you very much. And I actually think as a state, we should be proud of all of our institutions. They serve a variety of students for many different reasons, and I think we do a great job. So thank you very much. And thank you, Chancellor, for being here. And Mr. Vitone, thank you. All right, with that, we are going to pause and take a lunch break. We will be at lunch for 1 hour. So we will reconvene at, let's say 2 o'clock, but it could be 2:04. So thank you very much. And thank you all for being here today. And we will be hearing Department of Public Safety when we return. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. We are back. We are going to move to agenda item number 6. Director Tagliati and team, thank you so much for waiting for us. We apologize for the lunch break. I believe some of your team may be up in Carson City. And Director, when you would like to come forward, we appreciate you. I am sad that my favorite state police person retired, but I'll let you go. Here we go. Go ahead when you're ready, sir.
I believe we're connected virtually for the budget.
We are.
Okay, cool. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm George Tagliati. I'm your Director of the Department of Public Safety. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to make today's presentation. And for that purpose, we gathered my Deputy Director, Sherry Bergerman, and our Senior Fiscal Manager, Christy Defer, as well, as well as our division chiefs that we have. I have a few folks here in the room and representatives who are our subject matter experts. And they're actually the backbone of our department, and they'll be available if you have any specific questions today. I'll give you a list of our divisions in no particular order because I don't want to show any favoritism. But we have our Office of Traffic Safety, Office of Records Management, Communications and Compliance, Office of Criminal Justice Assistance, Capitol Police, State Fire Marshal, State Police Training Division, Dignitary Protection Director's Office, Office of Professional Responsibility, Parole and Probation, State Police Investigation Division, and the Highway Patrol. And before we begin our budget presentation, I'd like to highlight some items of interest that I hope we'll discuss in detail at some of our committee meetings in the upcoming session. We're very excited about a growing relationship that we have with the UNLV Greenspun School of Urban Affairs and their Tourist Safety Institute, as well as Truckee Meadows Community College and their programs for first responders. We have not only engaged in educational benefits, including college credits for first responders and our employees to continue their education, but we've established a wellness and mindfulness program for our employees. Our wellness program centers on the care for the mental health of our employees, but also we have a mindfulness program. And that's really how they adapt and how they interact when they return back to their positions in their work environment. And the program is specifically targeted depending on what their profession is, whether it's a firefighter or whether it's someone on the highway patrol or parole and probation, et cetera, or dispatchers. So it's a win for the employee, in our opinion. It's also a win for the community. As a result of our community outreach with the UNLV, we've enhanced our effort in child trafficking. We're combating child trafficking as over probably the last 2 years. Our folks at the Highway Patrol, our partners and community advocates, since July 1st of 23, we've recovered 40 juveniles through this operation and have now partnered with UNLV. And these efforts have attracted various nonprofits, foundations who are committed to joining us and the university in developing best practices for the prevention of child trafficking. Our Office of Records Management has recently successfully completed an FBI audit of operations. Our Office of Traffic Safety has almost completed a similar audit, a successful one, by the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, NHTSA. Our Fire Marshal's Office has entered into an agreement with the FBI to facilitate requests for fire services from our tribal leaders. They've also added 3 arson detection canines, with a 4th coming later this year. Our Capitol Police have established a civil disturbance unit to provide enhanced response to possible issues in any of our state buildings. Our Division of Parole and Probation partners with the Hope for Prisoners program to assist in the reentry of parolees. The division has dedicated an officer who checks weekly to ensure staff and parolees have the necessary information and documentation for their transitions. In addition, parole and probation officers facilitate a law enforcement workshop every other week and speak with the participants to break down the barriers between justice-involved individuals and law enforcement folks. The division obtained a Supervision to Success grant in 2023. And with this grant, the division hosted 5 job fairs and 2 community resource events for its probationers and parolees. The division also partnered and hosted numerous state agencies to allow parolees and probationers immediate access to the Department of Employment, Training and Rehabilitation, DETR, Nevada Job Connect, Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Motor Vehicles, and Opportunity Village, streamlining the offender access to their resources. In addition, the division implemented the Bridging the Gap journaling program, which allowed individuals in remote areas of the state to access training in preventing substance abuse, financial planning, and impulse control. Our investigative division remains fully occupied with narcotics investigations, investigative support in local counties, mainly rural, and digital data support. Lastly, our highway patrol continues to work tirelessly to keep our roadways safe and save lives. Sadly, we see too many accidents and fatalities on our roadways, and we continue to mourn the loss of our own troopers who died on our roadways in service to our state. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to Christy Defer, our manager, who will now, analyst, who will present our budget and have some slides for us.
Thank you very much. And go ahead when you're ready. And just as a reminder, as you all know, we'll be coming back during session and having another presentation by you all where we'll really deep dig into this. So a top level surface presentation is fine with us, and we'll ask a few questions and then we'll dig deeper when you come back. And thank you. Great to see all of you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Christy Defer, and I am the Senior Fiscal Officer for the Nevada Department of Public Safety. I will be presenting an overview of our budgetary requests for the 2026 through 2027 biennium. The Nevada State Police serves as the law enforcement agency across Nevada, coordinating with local, state, and federal agencies and community partners to provide the highest level of public safety services for Nevadans and visitors to the Silver State. As you all know, DPS has struggled with hiring and retention in years past, specifically with our sworn and dispatch classifications. We are pleased to discuss our progress in these areas and share with this committee our proposed plans to build upon this momentum in the upcoming biennium. And we have our org chart up, as I know you've seen before, and as Director Tagliati said, we have outstanding leadership with many years of experience in their respective fields, and so it's always good to put a face with the name. So this slide is our overall vacancy rates, and while we have made strides in hiring and retention, our vacancy rates overall, to include both sworn and civilian positions, as this slide does, continues to be a challenge. It is critical that we continue our efforts so we don't lose ground. I would like to point out the high vacancies in our Records, Communication, and Compliance Division is largely due to the struggle that that division is experiencing in hiring and retaining dispatch positions. And what we're hearing is the pay is just not competitive with the cities and counties, and it puts us in a very unsafe and untenable position as we have the remaining dispatchers working mandatory overtime and burning out with no work-life balance. So that's something that, you know, we're trying to improve upon as we move forward. This slide is our sworn separated versus hired. We're excited to report that for the first year since 2017, we have to date in fiscal year 2024 more hires than separations. We attribute these numbers to the success of our All-Star recruitment campaign that was initiated mid-2024 as a pilot program funded with ARPA grant funding. The All-Stars campaign has increased our applicants for sworn positions by nearly 71% from 2023 to 2024. This has been accomplished with aggressive nationwide social media advertising and ensuring that potential candidates are engaged and guided through that hiring process. The All-Stars staff has been amazing in helping us augment the number of applicants we are able to bring in our own organically, as shown on the chart. The increase in applicants has resulted in 294 candidates passing both the written and physical examinations. That is a 38% increase in candidates passing both examinations. 39 candidates have been sent offer letters to mean that they are going to be offered to start an academy. So we're very pleased with the volume and quality of the applicants that the campaign has produced for us so far. And those slides are a good segue into our first budget account, which is our director's office. We've kind of separated those slides out into two different main topics. The first one, of course, being marketing and recruitment. The first enhancement, E280, funds the continuation of the recruitment campaign provided by All-Stars for the upcoming biennium to recruit for our hard-to-fill positions, and we're looking at adding dispatch to that. We've been focusing on sworn, but we want to add dispatch into that as well. We also, E279 requests to add one additional background technician to our background unit to assist us in expediting our background investigation process for all our incoming applicants. And E275 requests to add one new digital media specialist to assist our department with digital recruitment and retention. Like I said, we've seen the power of social media and the exponential impact it can have, and having a full-time position dedicated to expanding our social media presence and tracking metrics to measure our success is going to be an enormous assistance to our one dedicated PIO position. And Kim is amazing, but she's a one-person show, and it's just not sufficient for a department of as large as ours and with the type of specialized challenges that we face. And the next one is regarding our research planning and technology unit. This unit was transferred from the Nevada Highway Patrol to the director's office last session in an effort to centralize these critical support operations and have them available for our entire department. And this unit oversees our departmental operation of our CAD software, our citation software, body and in-car cameras, and other software and technologies that are specific to our organization. And they also help us to oversee our departmental inventory. E285 requests to add an IT manager and a new IT professional to assist in supporting all the divisions with their technological needs. E284 requests to upgrade the existing inventory software that we're utilizing to a web-based application. And E282 requests to replace all the taser weapons in the department based on the manufacturer's recommendations. Moving on to our evidence vault. Who has statewide vaults to secure and manage the evidence that's seized by sworn staff. E277 requests to upgrade outdated inventory software to kind of bring us into the next century here. We have to ensure that the evidence is properly cataloged, stored, and shared. E275 requests to add one evidence specialist to augment the current staff in the day-to-day operations in the Las Vegas vault due to the increased volume and need that they have there. And just some pictures of large evidentiary items that the staff is responsible for cataloging and maintaining are on these slides. And so the training and level of expertise for these positions, it's critical to ensure that the safety of not only the employees, but the integrity of the evidence. And finally, E276 requests to add one vehicle for the Las Vegas vault to transport evidence to the forensic laboratory. Our Office of Professional Responsibility, OPR, is charged with the investigation of complaints regarding an employee's conduct of our policies. Due to the level of responsibility of these officers, the division requests to upgrade the lieutenant position to a captain in E277 and upgrade the sergeant positions to that of lieutenants in E275 to be commensurate with the job duties and responsibilities. Additionally, E290 funds transcription software to help reduce the man hours they're spending in writing reports. Our DPS training division is responsible for the training of incoming cadets and the continuing education and career development of both civilian and sworn personnel. E275 requests to upgrade the captain, requests to add a major position to more accurately reflect the levels of that chief level responsibility. And E277 requests to add 2 additional sergeant positions to ensure there is appropriate staff to train sworn officers for their recertification requirements. There are 2 decision units requesting to restructure the corporal positions to temporary duty assignments, or TDYs. The intent is to ensure that staff responsible for training has relevant and recent knowledge, and they're equipped with equipment and vehicles that allows them to be a force multiplier for the department as well. E276 adds a training officer in Las Vegas. Currently, there's only 1 training officer responsible for the entire department, tracking all of the compliance and it's a lot. So the goal is to separate that out and have there be 1 in the north and 1 in the south. And finally, E278 requests to fund a new learning management system to upgrade the outdated software that is currently being utilized to track employee training. The goal is to improve the learning experience for our employees and increase the efficiency and effectiveness. Next is Highway Patrol. The division requests to sustain its fleet and ensure equipment reliability with E715, and that replaces the aging fleet maintenance equipment to ensure. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped ahead. Excuse me. The Nevada Highway Patrol is responsible for the safety of Nevada's roadways and provides law enforcement services to our citizens and visitors to our state. The division requests to modernize its operational infrastructure with E710 and E714, which replaces end-of-life vehicles and associated equipment. E280 funds the telematics system to integrate real-time fleet tracking to optimize asset use and improve response capabilities. Now, the division requests to sustain its fleet and ensure equipment reliability with E715 to replace aging fleet maintenance equipment to ensure that the staff is safe and the vehicles are mission ready. E717 and 718 requests to replace law enforcement equipment that has come to its end of useful life to include drones, scales, and body-worn cameras. And finally, the division looks to expand its training and readiness with E282, which funds specialized training to ensure that the staff is prepared for the evolving changes and is response ready. Parole and probation. The division protects our communities by monitoring paroled offenders statewide. E283 requests to adjust caseload ratios to account for statutory and case law changes. The goal is to provide the most effective offender supervision, reduce recidivism, and be an overall more efficient use of the division's resources. E286 requests 2 parole and probation managers as part of an overall structuring effort of the court services unit. And the restructuring looks to incorporate non-sworn personnel into supervisory and management positions. The division requests to upgrade and replace outdated equipment and software in multiple decision units. These requests will ensure that the division is utilizing the most modern technologies. Some major decision units of interest are E285, which funds mobile data plans for our officers. Currently, they're utilizing hotspots on their work phones, and it's just not a consistent and reliable connection for them. E293 funds the acquisition of software to support the division's extradition unit. And the final enhancements offer support to offenders as they transition. E277 increases funding for the Going Home Prepared program to assist inmates with residential planning. Without a viable plan, offenders must wait to be released, resulting in longer stays in a correctional facility. E281 funds the state-funded house arrest program to get it back on track after a 3-year hiatus due to the pandemic. And finally, E278 requests additional funding for psychosexual evaluations due to the increased contract cost. Next is the Investigation Division. Provides criminal and administrative investigatory response to local, state, and federal law enforcement and criminal justice agencies throughout the state of Nevada. E275 requests additional staff and equipment to support digital forensics and cold case operations around the state. E288 requests to create an illicit cannabis unit to combat the illegal and dangerous illicit cannabis trade with support from the Cannabis Compliance Board. And finally, for investigations, E285 requests software for the digital forensic unit to allow the agency to extract and analyze data from various electronic devices. Next is our Records Communications Bureau. First, we've got Dispatch, which provides critical support services to the sworn divisions of the department and outside criminal justice and user agencies. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, staffing for dispatch is at critical levels. The division has created administrative positions to handle call taking, warrants, and other duties that have fallen on dispatchers over the years. And that not only assists the dispatch positions and reduces their workload, but it also creates a path to be able to train and onboard new staff that may be interested in the job field. The division requests to continue these positions into the biennium. Next, we have Fire Marshal. Our State Fire Marshal Division's mission is to protect life, property, and the environment from fires and hazardous materials in the state of Nevada. E278 requests one additional Fire and Life Safety Inspector 2 position for the North. The position was approved by the Interim Finance Committee as a temporary overlap, and the division requests to make that a permanent full-time position to handle the additional workload of inspections for child care centers, private residences, and group homes. E300 requests an Administrative Assistant 3 position to handle clerical duties for the staff at the division's new location at the McLeod Building in Las Vegas, allowing officers and inspectors to focus work time on position-specific duties. E302 requests to restore a Training Officer 2 position that was one of several positions that the division lost during budget reductions back in 2009. If approved, this position would be in the new Las Vegas location to provide training and coverage for the South. E276 requests a DPS Officer 2 position for Carson City to meet growing demands of the division for 24/7 coverage throughout Nevada. The Capitol Police Division Budget Account 4727 ensures the safety of all the state employees and visitors through proactive law enforcement, community engagement, and strategic partnerships. E278 requests to outfit all divisional officers with body-worn cameras to increase transparency and serve as evidence when needed. The division responds to calls both in and around state facilities, and it's critical that they're outfitted with the appropriate equipment to ensure both theirs and the public safety. E276 requests 5 new officer positions for business and industry to provide full-time law enforcement presence for the division in Las Vegas. Office of Traffic Safety, their mission is to eliminate deaths and injuries on Nevada's roadways so everyone arrives home safely. The office is the federally recognized highway safety office for the state of Nevada and administers federal and state safety grant funds. In E225, the division requests an additional business process analyst to serve as a dedicated system manager and data analyst for the statewide crash and citation system, which will be funded with 75% federal and 25% state funds. E900, the division requests a cost-neutral consolidation of budget account 4687 into 4688 to improve efficiency, streamline processes, and reduce duplication of redundant tasks. And finally, the Parole Board reports directly to the governor, but is provided with administrative support by the Department of Public Safety. The Board of Parole Commissioners, in an effort to ensure public safety, renders fair and just decisions on parole matters based on the law, impact on victims, and the community. The board's budgetary requests include support for surveillance systems, security systems, travel, and equipment. And that concludes our presentation. Hopefully, I've tried to go through quickly, but I thank the chairs and committee for the opportunity to present today, and we welcome any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. You did great. I was up here actually commenting that you almost have the biggest director. Do you have the most items under your department?
George Tagliati, for the record. We had more. We back in the prior to COVID, we used to have emergency management in the department as well. And under the previous administration, we decided the best place when COVID hit for all the services that the National Guard had to move it to the National Guard from the Department of Public Safety, where it is right now. And we also had the Office of Cyber Defense as well, which would put us at almost, it was a magic 13 divisions. And we also felt that it was in everyone's best interest if we moved that into more IT friendly ground rather than have separate budgets for us for our technology and so on and so forth. So it went over to Mr. Tim Galuzzi's group at IT.
It's pretty amazing when you see how many things that you are overseeing, and I thank your team. All right, with that, I believe Assemblywoman Anderson has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for both how quick you went through this, but then also how thorough the information is that's presented. I'm looking right now on slide 24 over the State Fire Marshal Division. I've heard from an individual I know who is involved in this. There's nothing about new equipment that's being requested, and yet when you look at it, the inspector currently, just the inspector, having to average 2,500 driving miles. Was just wondering how the equipment is for the State Fire Marshal Division, and if there's been consideration of, or if some of the other requests for vehicles as part of the State Fire Marshal and trying to get some new vehicles for them.
George Tagliati, for the record. I believe our fire marshal is available virtually. Mike Dizak.
Is he coming? There he is. It's always great to have phone a friend. Go ahead when you're ready, please.
Hi, Mike Dizak, for the record. I'm your state fire marshal. I believe when we put in for the budgets, the equipment was wrapped with the positions. Right now, we're doing regular vehicle replacement, and I'd like to remind the committee we did go self-funded, and we are utilizing those funds carefully and succinctly.
Wonderful. And so this, thank you for that. And so the equipment's part of that position. So this is both just your regular everyday vehicles, but then is there any need for some of the more specialized vehicles because of how much you have to drive across the state and how some of these roads are not exactly easy to drive upon, if the road even exists?
Yeah, Mike Dizak, for the record. We do. We contract with our federal cooperators. We do wildland fire investigations in some of the roughest terrains. We try to stick with the 3/4 ton. The Dodges have seemed to give us the best clearance, Dodge Rams. We utilize a lot of specialized equipment within those vehicles. That we've been working with GFO and the rest of the financial organizations to try to make sure that our vehicles are up to the task.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. My question also is for the State Fire Marshal Division. Are you involved in the inspection of causes of fires that happen in Nevada, regardless of what land they are on, whether it be public? Because you mentioned some of the fires that you respond to. So do you investigate all fires, potential causes in the state of Nevada?
Hi, Mike Dezak, State Fire Marshal for the record. Thank you for the question. I know you guys are trying to keep this quick, so I'm going to try to summarize a very confusing statute. We do all fire investigations for fatalities, injuries. We do wildland. We do vehicle in the what we call PopCap County. So we do Carson City, Reno, and Las Vegas areas upon the request of their fire chiefs or police chiefs. The rest of it we do if it fits into those certain parameters. So we wouldn't do the cause and origin on say a kitchen fire. The local jurisdictions can do that. They can also request, if they have competent personnel, they can request through an interlocal the ability to investigate those. But by and large, there's only 1 or 2 counties that have elected to do that. The rest of them we do. And as the director pointed out earlier, we're cooperating with the FBI. We had a real need on the tribal lands to have fire investigators that are trained and nationally certified, ready to go. But we didn't have a statute or any kind of law that put us there. So the FBI put us on a task force. Our investigators were deputized, and now they can call us if they need help on a reservation. And alcohol, tobacco, firearms investigators are regional, so they're the closest they even have is San Francisco.
Thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair, if I might?
Yes, please.
So I know we're trying to be succinct here, but on the same page, Fire Marshal, with the that my colleague brought up regarding the vehicles driven, the statement in there that Washoe County relinquished the inspection of all child care facilities, and there's about 300 of them known. And now it's the responsibility for you to evaluate them. I'm very concerned about that. I'm wondering, and you're supposed to be doing it, required to be inspected annually with the personnel that you have. How current are you on this inspection? And is there a potential that are there facilities out there that have not been inspected when they should have been? I'm really worried about possible risk.
Mike Dezak, State Fire Marshal for the record. Thank you for your question and your concerns. I have the same. The statute that requires the child care inspections on an annual basis came out of DHHS. They put into their statute that the fire marshal conducts these. Well, as I explained earlier, Washoe County was a non-PopCap county, so they could do their own, and they did their own. Then they decided that they weren't going to do their own. So it came back to us. We came back last year and asked for we asked for 2 inspectors to try to make sure we were keeping up in the north with the growth. But we got one of them on board last year. We asked for an emergency hire. We got that person hired up. We got him trained. He's doing great. We're looking for another one to make sure we stay on top of these. And, but it's not my statute to say, whether or not who's going to do these, we all have the same standard. The codes are the codes are the codes. And my team has gone in there. I want to say at the last meeting we had at least 86, so there's probably over 100 that we've done now. And we have found issues, and we're correcting those issues and working with those child care facilities to maintain a safe environment.
So could you then clarify, out of the 300, you have been able to do 84 in the last year? I mean, I'm really trying to I'm wondering how big this problem is and how many potential children are at risk that we don't know if they're in safe facilities or not.
Yes, ma'am. Mike Dezak for the record. The way they happen is we are requested to do those. They're not something that we go out and have a list of facilities to do. So we didn't know what that list was. This happened. They stopped doing them July 1st of last year. So we're not even talking about a full year. By the time we realized what was happening, no one let us know. That's when we went into panic mode and asked for another inspector and redirected what resources we do have, which is 1 full-time inspector and some contract inspectors, to go start picking those up. And I'm certain that we're probably halfway there to make sure we're in each and every one of these, that we're previously being inspected by other local fire departments.
But you did not know at the time whether or not when they walked away from that responsibility, they didn't say, here, we've inspected, everything's current, here's the 300, we're not doing this anymore, but everybody's current. You had no idea where they were in the process?
No one ever discussed that with us until it came down. We started getting these requests and we went to DHHS and say, why are these are in Washoe County, why are they coming to us? And that's when they filled us in. They said, oh, well, they're not going to do it anymore. So, okay, we're going to make sure it gets done one way or the other. And that's why we're asking for an additional, in addition to the emergency hire, an additional fire inspector 2 in the north.
Thank you. And this is just an important issue for, I think, our children. And in my district, one year we did have a school where the students tried to burn the school down. And so it's a high concern, and it does happen. So I appreciate you staying on top of it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
Thank you. We'll take care of it.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you for your time on that. Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just a couple, hopefully very quick questions. Director Tagliati, I wanted to ask you in the investigation division, I noticed the illicit cannabis unit proposal, and going after illicit cannabis is something I think we've been talking about for several years in the legislature. Just wanted to get your thoughts a little bit more, if you could share on what you envision that unit doing, what their focus will be, and what you hope they'll be able to achieve.
George Tagliati for the record. We've had a number of conversations with Jimmy Hum, also with the Compliance Board, Executive Director of the Compliance Board, and his predecessor. Subsequently, we had some conversations with the industry, the licensees, and some folks in their alliance. You may or may not recall last session, there was an effort, or at least I was queried about, what could you do if in the area of illicit trade of cannabis. So we made kind of a, well, we can do this, we can give you a lot, or we can give you a little, or something in between. What we prepared here would be a task force which would, again, hopefully engage other agencies and concentrate on the illicit market from, as I explained to the licensees, more from like a federal racketeering type approach, or one where we would go after the main dealers. To try to pick off people who are selling it on the street would take forever and be very unsuccessful. Also, the people who are in the illicit market are not going to be dealing with just competitive marijuana. They're going to be offering other illegal substances and other possibilities, including prostitution, who knows what. So it's important that we would have a task force, if we're going to do it correctly, to start developing an informant base, meat and bones types of investigations that get a little bit tedious, and work our way up the chain to find out who is sending illicit, who's behind the illicit market. Where is it all coming from? Are the cartels, most of it coming in from California, somewhere else, and that type of thing. So we went pretty conservatively on our request with the investigative division to have that team. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And Madam Chair, could I ask one more quick question?
Certainly.
Director, I'm not sure how much you've been following the budget hearings, but we were presented last week with a budget from the governor that had a structural deficit of about $335 million. We heard a presentation on Tuesday where the governor's team said they're going to propose some budget amendments, but they still think the budget's going to be somewhere around $80 to $85 million in the red. My question to you is just whether you've been asked by the governor or his team to make any potential proposals to cut the budget, to cut your budget, specifically the one that you presented to us today at a very high level.
George Tagliati, for the record, I have no such discussions.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. My question is specific to the Office of Traffic Safety budget account. I see in the background material that it's proposed to eliminate this budget account and transfer all the revenue and expenditure to the Highway Safety Planning and Administration budget account. But I'm curious to know, with the growing number of road fatalities that we face, right, what are the implications relative to this change? Does the division itself move the personnel, the director? Are we just consolidating two budget accounts, or are we proposing really to shift focus away from road safety, traffic violations in that way? Do you know at this point?
Good afternoon. This is Amy Davey. I'm the director of the Office of Traffic Safety. Hello, Assemblymember Brown-May. Thank you for the question. It's an administrative request. Our office is a federal grant pass-through office. So when, back in the annals of time, before any of us, our budget accounts were set up. We were set up with an account to receive the federal funds and then another account to disperse the federal funds. And what that creates is a lot of fiscal administrative duplication to constantly be processing funds through one account, transferring to another account, and then out of that account to our either our grantees or to pay for our programs. So we don't expect this to have any impact whatsoever on any of our programs or services other than to reduce administrative burden.
Thank you, Administrator Davey. I appreciate the clarification, and I congratulate you on the good work that's being done through your division. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I have a couple quick questions about staffing. So first of all, glad to see some of the improvements in terms of recruitment and retention. I think some of this data is extremely helpful, and it's good to see that we're heading in the right direction. We've seen a significant improvement in the vacancy rate for the Capitol Police. I think the vacancy rate in the Highway Patrol is a bit of a concern. So definitely heard about some of the recruitment efforts that are underway and that are planned to continue and expand. My question is, at this point, what is your sense of the potential headwinds that could be posed if some of the retention bonuses that we put into place last session are ended, and if the PERS contribution rate goes up as proposed in the governor's budget, which would reduce the take-home pay, particularly for our sworn officers?
George Tagliati for the record. I'll start answering the question, and I'd like to turn it over to my deputy director, who's my finance guru. But it has always been an issue for us as far as what we refer to as matching PERS, the employee contribution, whereas in most of the counties or other law enforcement agencies, that amount of money is picked up by the county. So it's reflected in the employee's take-home pay in their check. So we make that very clear to folks, and we've emphasized the fact that we're lean and mean and we're the place to work, and we're very proud of what we do. So we've made other adjustments to try to counter that, but it still remains the same. If somebody has a family with 3-4 kids and they look and they see the difference in their take-home pay, it's going to affect it. If the rates go up, obviously across the board, that's going to have some effect. Specifically, Sherry, do you have anything you want to add?
Sherry Brigham for the record. The only thing I'd want to point out, because you're obviously right, if the rates go up, the costs go up, and the wages don't, then we're going to be right back in the same boat. The reason we've been successful with our media campaign is we finally had something to sell. We're selling higher rates, we're selling competitive rates. So if we don't have that to be able to sell again, even the media exposure won't be as successful as it is right now. So it's definitely something that would be very worrisome if the employees' rates went down net of the PERS increase, medical increase, or even the benefits that are associated with the unions. So since we don't know the results of that yet.
Thank you, Ms. Brigham. It's good to see you again. I always appreciate your your straightforward and honest responses. May I have a follow-up, Madam Chair? I have one other question kind of on the staffing front. So you mentioned some of the difficulties in the Records, Communications, and Compliance Division, particularly with the dispatchers. I was just wondering if there's been any consideration of reclassifying those positions or doing anything else that may assist with helping to fill those vacancies, which were identified as particularly hard to fill.
George Tagliati, for the record, and I'll turn it back over to Sherry. Answer would be yes, but I just want to address your last question. Just personally, what makes it extremely difficult for us is we're very selective in who we hire. We want the best of the best. Well, they go through our training program and we spend $100+ each on most of these recruits. At the end of the day, other law enforcement agencies see their ability, see their talent, and they will come and cherry pick our employees. And that's what really, really can hurt. And I've had some really solid young people working for us, and they will come up and say, you know, we hate to leave. We don't want to go. We like the environment here. I almost equate ourselves with like the Marine Corps. It's a special place to be. But at the end of the day, I have 2 kids. I got 3 kids. I got this and that. I got bills. I have to leave. So, with that, the dispatcher issue, I think you're right on target there. Sherry, could you jump in here?
It's Sherry Brigham for the record. We have attempted to do a number of things. One thing that we were successful at is we were able to get the administrative assistants that Christy spoke of earlier to continue through. And these are kind of those quasi positions that help us with new recruits that maybe aren't quite ready for radio and telephone, but can handle one or the other. And they come into those positions and they have a longer period to adjust, and it takes some of the heat off our existing dispatchers who are on forced overtime almost all the time. The dispatchers are not in a, I'm not sure how we call it, the union group with like individuals, so they've never been able to get that side of the house going. And while we have requested a number of times to have our dispatchers reevaluated for wages or reclassified into a different position and separated from, for instance, taxi cab authority who's just calling out fares as opposed to dealing with public safety and emergencies and that sort of thing, the timing always seems to be wrong. And by the time we got that up and running, the decision to hold back on any new reclassifications came through. And then we were told, and it was explained that the new compensation study would take care of all those issues. So we're hopeful that something will be done. In the meantime, we did find a contract, thanks to Erica and her research, of traveling dispatch agents. And although this is a new concept, I think we're still slowly working with the group to have them established on who can do what, depending on what codes they already know, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm sure I can have Erica speak to you more about that if you want to know that now, but she'll go into that during our specific job budget expectations in probably next week's presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Brigham. I appreciate that. I think a lot of good points were raised, so we'll continue that conversation moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And Senator Titus, number 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your patience. And again, thank you for being here. And my question really is in the same lane as my colleague that just asked about dispatch, but it was related to the equipment that you use more than the personnel that's using it. And one of my concerns is always the key is communication. And when somebody dials the 911 call, where does it go? And how does that work with the emergencies that this town has seen. Unfortunately, we heard earlier today about the university system, the tragic event there, and we will always remember the tragic event October 1st. I think that one of the things that we found out is that the radios don't always speak to each other, or you dial 911 and it goes into some location 10 minutes away versus, dispatching the closest folks. And so how are you doing with your equipment? I don't see anything revolving around equipment there and communications. And I know that your officers at times in my rural area, as I am, and we go through areas where there's no cell service at all, and wondering how we're doing. And if maybe I'm on that subcommittee, maybe we'll hear about it then. There'll be more details about that specific needs, where the blank areas are, or the areas that we all know driving my area. I'll tell my family, hey, I'm going over Jack Wright Pass. I'm going to lose any kind of contact. Even driving down here to Las Vegas, multiple areas where there's no cell service. And so I'm wondering if we're making any advancement to that end.
Erica Suzy-Yamas for the record. I'm the Records Communications and Compliance Division Administrator. To answer the first part of your question, we are a secondary public safety answering point, PSAP. So 911 calls do not come directly into our dispatch centers. Those will go to the local agencies. And then if the local agency determines that it's in the state's jurisdiction, they'll transfer the calls to our dispatch centers to dispatch the officers out to those. As far as blank areas, I know we are working with NDOT's taking the initiative, taking the lead to replace the current radio systems. I'm not real familiar of the details of that, but it's my understanding that the radios are being upgraded through NDOT.
Well, and this was actually not just for public safety, but actually for your own officer safeties, and for all of us making sure that we have that contact when they need backup, when they need help, being able to communicate that. So I'll be interested in seeing, and I'm sure other committee members are about how that progress is and how we're working to solve that problem. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And are there any additional questions? Okay, seeing none, Director and Deputy Director Brueggemann, thank you so much for being there in Carson City. We're on our way up. We'll see you soon. And Director Tagliati, thank you. Is there any closing words or words of wisdom you'd like to leave us with?
Thank you very much for your time and your understanding. And Senator Titus will work on the complete full answer for you and do a little deep dive into that whole radio history and who's doing what. But thank you again.
Thank you. And thank you for what you do each and every day, and all your officers. We know how hard you all work and the unsafe predicaments you find yourself in. So thank you very much. And thank you for waiting for us through lunch as well. So, all right. With that, I think we've finished public safety. So thank you very much. We will see you again in the next few weeks for a more deep dive. Thank you. All right, we will now move to our last agenda item for the day, public comment. This is the second and last public comment on the agenda. As a reminder, due to time considerations, please remember to, if you can keep your comments to 2 minutes, please remember to state and spell your name for the record and then begin your statement. To call in to provide testimony during the public comment period, dial 888-475-4499. When prompted to provide the meeting ID, please enter 853-7333-5850 and then press pound. When prompted for the meeting ID, please press pound again. The call-in information is on the agenda as well, and we'll begin with public comment here in Las Vegas. Is there anyone who would like to make public comment here? Not seeing anyone, we'll go up to Carson City. Go ahead when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam
Chair Dondero Loop and Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Adler. I am with Silver State Government Relations, and I represent a coalition of independent public charter schools up here in Northern Nevada. I waited until the end of the day to experience the NDE hearing, which I think you all conducted beautifully, and I appreciate that. In addition to being a lobbyist, I am a former Carson High School English teacher, a grandmother of Nevada K-12 students, a committed follower of the Commission on School Funding, and as I said, a lobbyist for small public charter schools. Drawing from each of these facets of my experience, I provide these comments with great concern and at the same time belief that you as a body are listening and will, in a bipartisan manner, produce solutions that will not leave Nevada's school children further behind in the funding that their teachers and schools need and deserve. First, it was somewhat reassuring to learn today from Superintendent Ebert that per-pupil funding will not decrease. I imagine that is due in part to the pull-out of teacher funding that the governor proposes. We are glad to see charters are now included in that funding, and we see that as a straight-out matter of equity to teachers and parents who have chosen public charters as the best fit for them as teachers and for their children. However, we want to go on and say it is essential for Governor Lombardo and legislators to understand that flat funding is a cut as school expenses are increasing substantially. There is the cost of utilities, there's the cost of vendor contracts, and really importantly and fairly, the required increase of 3.25% to all schools' contribution to PERS. Schools want to do this, but it's very expensive. Second, I bring your attention to the Commission on School Funding's full report. I put this into written comments so you can all easily find the CSF report, which is not easy to find. Over the last 2 years, as detailed in the report, the Commission has done yeoman's work on all of the areas assigned to it by SB 543, by AB 400, on how to finance education, how to measure performance, how to streamline and align reporting with performance and accountability. Hopefully, many of their recommendations will show up in bills this session. But to today's subject, the report details that to meet the 10-year timeline that Assemblyman Watts referenced earlier today, we need $198 million in the first year of this biennium, $208 million in the second year. The good news is that the report details carefully how Nevada's tax structure can be modernized to fill those gaps, benefiting not only education, but public safety, as we just heard, local governments. The report cites Senator Neal's SB 346 as an effective first step in this process. So I close appreciating your work, I know you care deeply about this, and just emphasizing, to use the Commission's work, that failure to act is not a viable option. In the opinion of the Commission, the cost of inaction greatly exceeds the cost of implementing any of the funding strategies discussed herein. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and see you up here soon.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to make public comment in Carson City? Seeing none, BPS, we'll go to the phone lines. When you're ready, go ahead.
If you'd like to participate in public comment, please press star 9 on your phone to take your place in the queue.
Hello, good evening or good afternoon. I hope you could all hear me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the hardworking committee. My name is Dora Martinez, and excuse me. My public comment just would like to suggest that the Nevada Education Department published the data. They did publish the data for K-12 reading progress for students, kindergarten and up. However, they have not, because I asked this already, and I have not gotten data for kids who are ASL learners, American Sign Language users, and students who are print, unable to read print, who are blind, Braille readers. And we need this data in order to see where our students with disability are at this point, because we do not want to continue to leave them behind. Some students who are visually impaired and hard of hearing are not getting the sufficient and adequate services. I am working with one of the two parents in the rural area, and I would really want that data so we can understand where they are not being, their needs are not being met moving forward. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other comment online, VPS?
Chair, the public line is open and working. However, there are no more callers at this time.
Thank you very much. All right. I would like to thank all of you who participated in the meetings this week. Our next meeting is Monday morning at 8:30 in Carson City. We'll be hearing budget presentations from the Department of Health and Human Services. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, there will be budget training and business casual, please. And I look forward to seeing all of you so that we can move forward. 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Yes. No, same building, same place, different time.
Originally was going to be in a different building.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
This